Hello and welcome to this D20 Call of Cthulhu game, one shot on Fantastic Dimensions. I'm Ian Christensen. I will be the keeper of arcane lore and eldritch knowledge for this session. This is going to be a bit of a fun session, something we've been planning for a little while. This is Scooby-Doo versus Cthulhu down in the Bayou. So my players are playing characters from the Scooby-Doo cartoon. We are missing one at the moment. She's going to be joining us a bit later. So we will introduce her whenever we can so she can get into the game. But yeah. Okay, so I will start actually on my right here anyway. Matt, do you want to introduce yourself real quick? Plug your channel if you wish and tell us what character you're playing.
Hi guys, my name is Matt and I'm the token Australian of the group. My channel is Zephyr's Gambit and I will be playing Fred today. He's your typical sort of martial artist, and he's definitely probably going to be the first to go crazy. There we go.
Very good. Yep, Fred is the resident jock of the party. Linda, would you like to introduce yourself, tell us who you're playing, and if there's any online endeavors or anything you want to plug as well, you can feel free to do so.
Well, I'm Linda. It's actually my first time I've joined an online group, so I'm a bit nervous, but I'm playing Daphne and having some fun.
Excellent. You're very welcome. And Chepe.
Hello, I'm Chepe Pepe on the channel Fawn Trodden. At least that's what I say. I have a gaming channel full of niche content, different kinds of genres, and probably games you haven't heard about, as well as styles. You can check it on Fawn Trodden as well. I'm playing Shaggy, who is the ever-lovable oaf who eats way too much and probably smokes in the back of that van.
Very good. And Andrew.
Awesome. Andrew, I will be playing Scooby-Doo. Nothing to plug at this moment, but yeah, Scooby-Doo, pretty self-explanatory. Hangs around with Shaggy a lot and eats even more.
Yes, very good. And then my friend Morgan will be joining us later in the day. Hopefully before too much longer. She's playing Velma as well. Just got a bit delayed getting into the game today. Okay, so we start off. You guys had received an invitation, kind of an appeal, as it were, by an Adele Marceau in St. Charles, Louisiana. It's a small little town in rural Louisiana. And Adele had written you kind of a letter, kind of a frantic letter, talking about her daughter had gone missing. People in the town were of no help. She thinks that they're covering it up. She really was desperate for help. Nobody seemed to be interested in helping her, and so she appealed to you guys since you're kind of becoming famous as these traveling young mystery solvers yourselves. Velma has gone ahead of you guys by bus. There is a bus that runs through St. Charles twice a week, basically. So she took a bus down ahead of you guys to try and secure some kind of lodgings and maybe to get a little bit of a head start, just meeting the people and finding out, things around the town. So you guys are driving down in the Mystery Machine. Who wants to be driving? Actually, it would be Fred or Daphne, I presume. So either or.
Fred will definitely be in the front seat driving.
Okay, Fred will drive. Okay, Daphne's in the front. Scooby and Shaggy in the back, as always. The Mystery Machine rolls down this country road as you're approaching St. Charles. Still several miles out. Well, still a few miles out anyway. And you're driving through very, very thick, marshy, swampy bayou area. So it's, late afternoon. You can see on the sides of the road, you can see that the trees and the marsh itself is very thick, very dark. The sky is getting quite cloudy itself. And as you're driving, Fred, I would like you to make a drive check. So just go ahead and roll a d20 and add whatever your drive skill is on the right side of your character sheet there.
Well, that's not a very good roll. That's a good
Oh, dear.
start for the day.
Excellent.
Drive. Okay, so a grand total of 3.
Excellent. So you blow a tire and you lose control of the van and swerve off the road a bit, and you end up about 1.5 feet deep in the marsh at the front end of the van. Scooby, Shaggy, you guys are thrown all over the back of the van. Scooby snacks everywhere. Daphne, you're wearing your seatbelt, of course. You're okay. You're just a little bit stunned, but you managed not to hit any big trees or anything, so the van isn't completely wrecked. It's just kind of stuck in the mud.
At least we can eat the Scooby snacks now.
Oh boy, Scooby snacks.
I asked Fred if he's sure if he doesn't want me to drive instead.
Fred says, that might be the best idea.
If we can get the car fixed again.
Oh,
Okay.
don't worry, I'm rather handy with that.
Very good. So, what do you want to do to get your van out of the deep marsh? Not super deep, but like I said, you're about 1.5 feet deep at the front end.
So first of all, Fred will scout the area for any decent lengths of branches or wood to lay under the tires between the road and the soggy marsh, so that if they're at least able to push it a little way, that they could get some traction going.
Sure. Very resourceful, Fred. Yeah, you can definitely find lots of wood. Anyway, there's lots of trees in the swamp here.
He first sort of makes sure that everyone's okay. He looks at the back and sees them opening some Scooby snacks, and he's like, "Yep, not a problem."
Yeah, the Scooby snacks actually were already open. They're just picking them up off the floor of the van now and trying to make sure none go to waste.
Scoop, was this 3 months ago, Pizza State, or was this the one 5 years ago?
Row, Reggie.
Oh no, but I think it's still good.
Row.
So they're eating questionable things in the back there.
Awesome.
So, sorry, just before we go on, do you guys have a proper video feed on Chepe? He's not showing up on mine. He's not showing
I don't.
Nope.
Have a bit of a video connection issue on you there, Chepe. I don't know if maybe you can turn off and turn
I'll
back
try to
on
lower
your
the
camera.
bandwidth.
Maybe.
Better now?
No, I just see your
Picture.
profile picture now.
That's a very interesting looking picture.
What is it?
Dali,
I
is
know, right? I
It's a
can't.
Salvador Dali painting.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
a fan of Salvador Dali. That's weird. Why can't you see my... I can see mine.
I don't know. Very strange. Okay. Anyway. So yeah, Fred, they seem to be okay.
Right on. So I say, do need too much. We'll need your muscles to get us out of the swamp.
Oh.
So Fred's getting out of the van. He's asking you guys to give him a hand collecting some wood.
Okay. He rolls over. You hear a bit of of grease coming off of his shirt. Wipes it off a bit. What were you saying, Fred?
And Fred sort of gestures with his head and sort of very lightly just tosses a bit of branch in his direction. And he's like, gather some pieces like this.
All right. Scoob, you help out too, okay, buddy?
We're okay, Raggy.
So it doesn't take you guys too long, yeah. you start picking some wood up, no problem. And before long, you have more than enough. Take you only a few minutes, the three of you all doing it together. Shaggy's standing there awkwardly, big pile of wood covering up his face, like knees shaking a little bit because he's holding this massive weight of.
Is it dark out yet, Scoob? I can't see anything, buddy.
It's not that bright.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty overcast, but it's still the late afternoon, so the sun is back there behind those clouds somewhere. It's a little bit gray, but looking deep into the swamp, into the trees, looks pretty dark in there, all right.
Ruh-roh.
Scooby, give me, I guess it would be a spot check, please.
Of course.
Daphne's in the driver's seat of the van, just watching you guys through the window. You got the keys in the ignition.
Probably cleaning my nails or something.
That's a 27.
Oh yeah, you smell around, and you suddenly you're thinking as you're looking around in the dark swamp, you're thinking about swamp wildlife, and you're smelling around, and you don't. Doesn't smell like there's been any gators here for a little while. As Fred and Shaggy are in water up to their knees, over their knees even.
Raggy! Raiders!
Gators! Raiders!
No! Raiders!
Alligators! Zoinks! Tosses up, and his feet move fast in the air, and all the stubble like falls down on the ground near the tires. He just tries to plump himself out of the water as fast as he can.
So he's standing back up by the back of the van.
You didn't tell me there was gators.
Right.
Yeah, you can definitely smell that there aren't any around right now. It's been a little while since there were any here, but they have been through.
Fred, you're trying to get me killed, Fred.
So after laying some of the branches behind the car, Fred sort of grabs one of the more sharper looking ones and sort of gestures to Shaggy and sort of goes, "I've got it covered, just in case, you know."
Okay.
Shaggy, give me a listen check. Scooby, you too.
$21.
Those dog ears are incredible. That would be 27.
Wow. Speaking of dog ears, you hear some movement, some loud rustling in the swamp on the other side of the road, kind of behind you where you're standing. Whereas Fred's standing in the marsh a bit in front of the van with the wood over by the front wheels where it's stuck. You guys hear this as you're standing back by the back of the van. You hear this coming from the other side. And you hear amongst the rustling and sounds like almost like something large shuffling about, and you hear like a grunt, a really loud basso grunt.
Scoob, wait here, buddy. I hand him a little stick and put it in his mouth. Go help Fred. I crawl over by the side of the van and look past Daphne. My head, like the shagginess, like just drips over the edge of the window, and he pulls it. Hey, Daphne.
Yes?
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
You didn't
There's
hear
something
anything.
big over there.
Are you just trying to get out of collecting wood?
Could you check for me?
I look at Shaggy and look at the mud on the ground and shake my head.
Could you check for me? His hands are trembling.
Alright, I'll check.
Thanks, Daphne. Goes and gathers
Alright.
wood, and they're shaking. And you hear a jittering sound with his teeth.
Are you going to actually get out of the van, Daphne?
Yeah.
Okay. Climb down out of the van, and it's not too muddy here, although there's quite a bit of mud splashed around from where Shaggy was just standing. But you're still, the driver's door is still pretty close to the actual drier land anyway, and you can walk over towards the back of the van and peer into the marsh across the way from you. Go ahead and give me a spot check. Shaggy, you were collecting wood. Fred, are you putting the wood down by the tires?
Yeah. I'm just gonna be laying it out, and it's gonna be like an elaborate, rather than just a simple from the road to the thing. It's gonna be like this elaborate, like the same curve that the mobile took upon like crashing. It's gonna be like this elaborate
Nice.
plan of stuff, all designed to like lever off each other and angle so that when the wheels reach, they'll sort of pop up behind the tire to give it some more push. Yeah.
Good. Shaggy and Scooby, what are you guys doing at this moment while Daphne's peering into the swamp on the other side of the road?
Scooby, could you continue getting this wood? And he's handing like wood to Scooby, trembling, just one piece at a time, like his shaking hand is giving a little stick in his mouth. And he's looking over at Daphne from behind the thing. He's like, I hope she's okay.
Okay. What did you get on your spot check?
14.
14?
Yep.
Hold on a second, my daughter's here, just a second.
Scoop, I wonder what's out there, buddy. You heard that, right?
As you're peering there,
Raggy.
you think you actually see a dark shape deep in the swamp, though. Like it's pretty dark back where it is, but you think you see something kind of move out from behind a tree a little bit. It looks almost like man-shaped, and then it moves back behind the tree again.
Well, there definitely is something, but I can't see what. Maybe we should check it out.
Did someone say check something out? Fred?
So I call out to Daphne, and I say, well, you're the one that wanted to drive. Hop in and start her up. Let's see if we can get this thing out of there and avoid whatever it is.
Roll another. Give me a listen check, actually, Daphne. The other guys are at the front of the van, so they won't hear. But
that would be 9.
okay, so you hear him shout, and you kind of look back at him. What do you want to do then? Take your eyes off the object for a minute.
I think we'd definitely be more interested in what's out there than the shouting.
Okay, so you look back, and again you think you see this shadow like leaning out from behind the tree, and a huge rock comes hurtling out of the swamp from the direction where this thing is, and hits the back of the van. It makes a loud crunching sound. You guys all hear it as it hits the metal and dents the van, and then drops with a thud at the back of the van. And the shape moves back behind it again and out of sight.
Raggy.
You look down at the rock, and you see the rock is bigger than your head.
I think whatever it is, it wants us out of here.
Everyone, in the van. I'll stay and guide, and
Yeah, someone's gonna have to push.
Are we gonna have to push? Okay.
Yeah. You have to push the wheels. You got the wood down, but you got to give it a push to get it up onto the wood properly.
So I call for Daphne to obviously sit in the driver's seat, and I look at the two guys, the dog, and I say to Shaggy, I say, "You point her in the direction she needs to go. I'll push the van."
Okay. Hey, Scoob.
So I show him like the angle of the rear view mirror or the side mirror. I show him where to stand so that he can gesture to Daphne to guide her out. And I position myself and I like lean in to the van on an angle so that when she starts it up, I can already have a bit of an advantage when I'm pushing.
Very good. Shaggy, I'm going to need a spot check from you. Daphne, you get in the van and start it up?
Yep, I get in the driver's seat, rev the engine.
Very good. The van fires up, that old 1970s engine. What'd you get on your spot check there, Shaggy?
I got an 11.
Yeah, you actually think you see the shape now, moving out back and forth behind this tree. And you just get a glimpse of, like, looks like eyes, but they're red, glowing red eyes. And Scooby, you're out there as well. Go ahead and give me a listen check.
All right. So that will be a 14.
Yeah, you hear like a low rumbling growl, and actually you don't even have to roll for this. You're getting a really foul smell. It smells like feces, and it's getting stronger. So Fred, give me a. Actually, I need to look at a character sheet. I guess we're just going to call it a strength check. There's no kind of an athletic skill or something in this game, is there? No. Yeah, just give me a quick little roll anyway and add your strength modifier.
Oh, wow. So that's a total of 20.
Nice. Yeah, so you're giving it a good old push. Daphne, give me a quick drive check.
19.
19. Yeah, boom. The van right away catches on the wood, pushes some of the wood out from the front of it, but it pulls back pretty quickly up onto the road.
And as it does this, like the wood sort of like seesaws, and it looks exactly like Fred had in his mind, that it sort of just like it directs the van kind of in the same direction, yep. Sort of pushes it.
Yeah, and you get the van perfectly right back up on the road in the lane, facing the direction you need to go.
Awesome.
And you can see Fred, unfortunately, has mud up to his waist from the splashing of the as the van was pulling out. And you can see Shaggy kind of trembling there, and Scooby looking off into the swamp. And actually, go ahead and give me another spot check real quick for Shaggy and Scooby real quick as they look into the swamp one more time. Wow, okay, Shaggy, you lost it. You don't see it. It's gone. Where did it go? Scooby?
Sorry, what? Sorry.
Sorry, just give me a quick spot check.
Yeah, of course.
Couldn't hear me, could you?
Oh, wow. 12.
Yeah, as soon as the van starts, the engine roars and the van pulls back up onto the road, do you see the thing, the shadow kind of move out completely from behind the tree. It looks massive, actually, and then it just like kind of moves away and disappears.
I think we should head back to the van, buddy. Like, let's get out of here. Buddy?
Rat, Maggie?
I think we should get
out of here.
Let's go to the van, man.
I yell at the guys to get into the van so we can get away.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Fred, you see that rock that hit the van as you're walking up out of the water.
Okay.
And you just kind of checking the size and the weight of it. You'd be hard pressed to throw that thing maybe 15 feet. But as Daphne will tell you, and the guys will tell you where they think they saw the thing that threw it, must have hurled it at least 40 feet to hit the van. A clue. But yeah, you're able to get back in the van, getting mud all over the passenger seat.
I climb in beside Daphne, and I look over to her and I say, "Good driving. Now let's get us out of here, shall we?"
As fast as I can.
You'd see Scooby in the back and looking at Shaggy and say, "Rhyme for a ruby rat."
I think there's still on the floor.
Rogue.
Again. How are you, Fred? It took 2 weeks last time. He gestures over and he pulls out a pizza out of his shirt. You have no idea where it was from, and he just starts chewing on it.
Scooby will shoot his tongue out and grab the pizza from Shaggy and eat it.
Perfect. In one big motion.
Yes.
Don't you guys get car sick now. You know what happened last time.
Right, buddy.
Okay. And
It
yeah,
took
Daphne,
2 weeks to clean that thing.
you're able to drive the van the rest of the way, no problem. Oh yeah, I did say you had a blown tire. Forget about the blown tire. We'll skip the blown tire. We'll just say you skidded off the road, crashing this one.
There could be a spare.
No, it's okay. I'll retcon it. Just say whatever. You wiped out and crashed into the swamp. But yeah, you're able to drive the rest of the way back to town, or into town, which is just a few miles more ahead of you. Doesn't take you too long to get there. So you get there before dusk. It's early evening, but the sun is not yet set when you arrive in the town of St. Charles, which is it's a poor town. It's a small. All the buildings are made of wood, nothing really more than 1 story tall. Even the inn where you guys will be staying is basically a big common room kind of bar or saloon, I guess, if you will. And then it's got rooms on the back of it. It's not multi-story or anything of that sort. The only multi-story building in the town is the church. And even that's probably a single-story building just with a little bit of a bell tower. It's really, really kind of old-looking. Probably looks like it's probably 18th century. And in fact, the tower itself looks really pretty rickety, not very good repair, very good shape. And welcome to the town of St. Charles. You can find the common room quite easily. Or the inn, the tavern, whatever you want to call it, without any trouble. It's right off the main road in the middle of the town. And as you guys pull up, park the van, you notice there's not very many cars around town. There's a couple of trucks. Yeah, and you see Velma will be standing outside waiting for you guys. She's just walked away.
One second.
No problem. Velma will be standing out there waving to you as you pull up to park the van. Hey, Morgan, welcome to the game.
At least we got a familiar face.
Right, Roma.
Jesus, guys.
So Morgan, just to fill you in, you guys have come to this town, St. Charles. You were invited by a Mrs. Adele Marceau, who said that her daughter has gone missing, and she thinks there's some kind of conspiracy going on in the town or something. Nobody seems to be interested in helping her find her daughter. Even the sheriff isn't really looking that hard. So that's what you guys were invited. You came ahead on bus a couple of days ago, just to kind of secure a room for everybody, kind of set things up, and maybe to do a little bit of preliminary investigation. What you have found out since you arrived here, the town is very, very old. It predates the actual independence of the United States of America. It's a very old little town. Everybody, it's a pretty close community. Population is less than 1,000 people. You know that Miss Adele Marceau. You've met up with her briefly. She is in her late 30s. She is a widow. Her husband Louis was killed in a brawl a couple of years ago. A drunken fist fight, basically, where somebody pulled out a knife and stabbed him and killed him. Again, nobody was ever really brought to justice for it. In fact, she says that the guy who did it got off with a slap on the wrist because he's a cousin of the sheriff's. Her daughter name was Renee Marceau. Went missing a few weeks ago. She was 8 years old, and the last thing that Adele knew about her was that she had left to walk down to the schoolhouse. Apparently, she was told that she never arrived in school, so she must have gone missing somewhere between, according to the information she got from the teachers and everything, she went missing somewhere between her house and the school. Schoolhouse is a little bit outside of town, just a short walk outside the actual town proper, because the school was built very late after the majority of the town had been built up. The schoolhouse itself is actually one of the most sound buildings in the town, because it's one of the newer buildings, apart from maybe some of the houses, but even the newer houses aren't built that well. The schoolhouse actually has a concrete foundation and everything, and was built with running water and everything from the get-go. So, aside from that, that's really what you've been able to gather so far.
Okay.
So the first thing that Fred will say when he sees her standing there, once obviously we've parked safely, he'll disembark and he'll say, There was a close one on the road. We nearly met our demise. But what have you found out while you're here? And I guess you'll let us know all the information that you found out. Unless you want to keep it to yourself.
Well, obviously, found out basically what Ian just said.
Yeah.
8-year-old girl missing. Didn't make it to school. She was headed to school. But about as far as I know.
You did get a vibe that the sheriff, he is really strange. You get the feeling that he's not being honest with you completely, that he's just extremely lazy and doesn't really care about his job, or perhaps that he's deliberately just trying to keep quiet about things, and he doesn't seem very interested anyway in the disappearance. And he was not very forthcoming about letting you any access to any of their records or anything of that sort. So.
Sneaky sheriff.
Mm-hmm. You're pretty sure that he has, well, obviously he must have some records in his offices, which obviously he wouldn't share with you. The town doesn't have a proper library. The only library in town is actually in the schoolhouse. So we don't have public records or anything really very much of what's going on in the town. Everything would be kept in the sheriff's office, which, as I said, he's not really willing to give you access to, seeing as you're not a member of law enforcement or anything of that sort. So he thinks you're just some snooping college kid. And regarding Miss Marceau as well, he and many of the other folks in town just seem to kind of give the impression that they all think she's crazy. Okay?
Yes.
So when your friends arrive, anyway, Fred has got mud up to his waist, all over his jeans. Shaggy and Scooby look a little bit pale and a little bit harrowed. Yeah, Daphne maybe even to some extent looks a little bit nervous as well as she drives in.
What happened to you guys? Covered in mud?
Fred drove us into a swamp, and then some monster attacked us.
That was Larry!
Hold me, buddy!
Sounds eventful. Jinkies. Wait, I need my glasses for this. Can't be Velma without glasses.
Damn right.
Yeah, I can have nearly everyone with glasses except Velma.
Booyah.
I got my contacts on. Contacts and glasses don't mix.
So, Fred says, I might have got us into the swamp, but certainly helped get us out. And, and he leads her around to the side, and he gestures to the dent, and he says, "This is the souvenir we got."
Perfect.
Pretty good. Right.
So there's this like massive dent in the side of the van, and it looks like, just like it's been hit by some sort of huge rock.
We don't know what it looks like. We didn't see it.
I would like for Shaggy, Scooby, and Daphne all to make a sanity check now. Just roll a percentile, and let me know what you roll. As you're recounting the tale, because this is the first time anybody's referred to this thing as a monster.
97.
Wow, Cheppy, you got a 99? You got a 97, Linda?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
Was that me as well, Ian? Sorry.
No, because you didn't actually see the beast, the creature. Well, they didn't really either, but they at least kind of had some kind of. They saw something.
I got a 32%.
Okay, so Scooby makes his sanity check. You only lose 1 point of sanity, Andrew. So just mark down a little -1 next to your sanity because you want to keep track of how much you lose.
Okay.
Shaggy, you lose 3 points of sanity. And Daphne, I rolled low. You only lose 1 point as well in the end. So you can just keep track. Just put down a little -1 or -3 or whatever you got there for your sanity points. Something to keep in mind too is when you get down to if you lose 20% of your starting sanity. So for Shaggy, that would be 15 points. For the other two, it'd be about 13 points, I guess, 12 and a half. That's kind of your magic number. Did I do that right? No, I didn't do that right. Sorry, it'd be 10 points. Sorry, for Scooby and Daphne. It would be 9 points for you, Fred, and Velma. What's Velma's starting sanity?
No, 75.
75, so it's 15 for you as well. So just keep kind of remember that, and if you get to the point in this game that you've lost that much sanity, that's when things start to get a little bit weird. So just to let you know. Okay, so sorry, you can continue on telling her about your encounter.
Did Did someone say get out of the swamp? Fred, why aren't you helping me get out now? What?
What are you talking about?
Like with the
Leave
thing?
me alone, Ray Raggy.
I sure hope so, buddy. Velma, you talked some sense into them, right? We're leaving, right?
I don't know. If you guys didn't see a monster, then maybe you hit a tree.
That was one movable tree, right, buddy?
Right, Raggy.
Right, Daphne? Daphne, you didn't think I'm going crazy, right, Daphne? You saw it too.
Well, I didn't see it exactly, but there was definitely something there. I'll give you that.
He sinks his face into the shag carpeting, his hair like almost blending into the texture of the back of the van. I don't think anybody believes me.
Shaggy, how many of those treats have you eaten on the way to the town?
Oh,
Not as many as Scoob.
Shaggy.
And
I say, now count them on your fingers. Now for each one of those, there would have been, at least, 20 minutes between each. So we're a long way away. Just count that up. It's trying to reassure him, trying to use a currency that he knows how many Shaggy treats between there and here.
Right. Yeah, you
Each
guys did
treat
eat
is
quite a
10
bit.
minutes.
You've seriously depleted your Scooby snack supply. And they probably don't sell any in St. Charles, just so you know.
Oh.
Well, really, Rex.
That's right, Scoob. There better be some good gumbo here.
Rumbo.
Velma, did you find any good places to eat?
I think I did see someplace. A nice burger joint.
Do they do...
Burgers.
I know how much you guys love burgers.
Thanks,
God
Velma.
forbid.
You always know how to make me feel better.
Right, Roma.
So you guys head down to the burger joint. You guys are hungry anyway. It's approaching dinner time. Yeah, it's it's an old diner kind of place. Run out of like a pretty rundown old building as well. But yeah, the folks in there are relatively clean, relatively friendly. You've been eating there for the last couple of days, Velma, because it's cleaner than the actual tavern itself. So they're in there cooking up. They're making up shrimp burgers. Got lots of fish on the fry as well. Some actual beef burgers too.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
Even some
Can't wait to get me some shrimp burgers.
Scooby.
Dipped in
No.
gumbo.
You smell bacon.
Ooh.
Is that bacon, Scoob?
Right, Reagan.
Very good.
I think I'll take a salad.
I think I'll join you.
Gotta watch the curvy figure.
Yeah, we can make up some salads. We got salad to put on the burgers, so yeah, can make something for you. Put a little of that rosemary sauce on there too. That'll work as a nice dressing. So
I prodded a shrimp burger and move it to Shaggy.
His eyes lighten up. They glisten and ripple like a pond. What? The view in his eyes, you're in the reflection of his eyes, and there's a halo of light shining around you. You're the most miraculous being to him at this current moment as he
Yes, you can
hands
have
him
it.
this fantastic gift bestowed upon him. He starts shoving everything around him into this burger that he can. Make it twice as big as it was. Perfect! Thanks, Daphne.
The door opens to the place, and you hear the door close, and you see like these are big kind of like bench-like tables and stuff, and a couple of people are sitting at the same table, like it was you, like down at the other end of the bench, get up and actually kind of move away, and the sheriff walks in. He walks on over to your table, and he says, "Well, miss, this the friends you said you were waiting for, is it?" His name is Michael Etienne. He's about 6 foot tall, pretty thick. He looks like he's probably been on the job a long time. He's a pretty heavy-set guy. He's wearing his uniform, his sheriff's uniform, and his star and his hat and all, but it's not very well kept. He looks like he hasn't shaved for a couple of days, and he smells of stale cigarette smoke. He smells a little bit like bourbon. And he sits down beside you, and he reaches for one of the burgers sitting on a plate in front of Scooby.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. He gets territorial about his burgers.
He looks at the dog, and the dog crawls. Wow. What dog eats 5 shrimp burgers?
And you see Scooby start to eat him.
Pounding him down. He says, "Hey, Andre," he says, "get me another burger, please." "Sure thing, Sheriff." So, all your friends are here. I suppose you can all be moving on pretty soon then, yeah? Not much for you here in St. Charles. It's a pretty boring little place.
As soon as we solve this mystery, yes, of course.
Mystery? There's no mystery here for you, miss.
Well, we were told there was.
Told by who?
Look at Velma. Didn't she explain it to you?
Oh, well, your friend told me an interesting story, yeah. I'm wondering what your story is. And he kind of smiles at you, and he takes you in fully, and looks at you and says,
"Can I punch him?"
You can punch him, or you can try, yeah.
Maybe a slap might be a good starter.
Yeah, a slap would be.
He is the sheriff. He is armed, but he doesn't have a weapon in his hand or anything. Yeah, you give him a slap, okay. He says, "Oh, pardon me, madam. I didn't mean no offense. You don't get many pretty young girls around here, you see."
Yes, I can tell.
The town kind of tends to wear on the local folk, you know. It's a dirty old place.
Shaggy's head comes out from under the table because he was looking under for like what was falling, a fry that he accidentally caught. He caught with like his leg and he was picking it up. His head peers out from under. He's looking at the smoke coming off of this guy, his garments. It's not like the smoke that I'm used to.
He says, "I see. So, interesting company you keep, madam."
We'd like to think so too.
We're all friends here.
A gluttonous dog, a dirty hippie, nosy little bookworm, and I'm sorry, fella, I don't think I've caught your name. I'm Sheriff Michael Etienne. And he reaches his hand out to Fred.
He holds his hand out, gives him a firm shake. He says, "Fred Jones."
Oh, that's a good handshake you got there, Mr. Jones. He says, "So, I presume you're the leader of this rabble."
He straightens his ascot and and he says, He says, we come wherever we are needed.
Yeah, wherever we're needed.
Where there's a mystery
Yeah,
to be
read it.
solved, we're there.
Well, I'm telling you, the mystery is solved. That little girl wandered off into the swamp on her own. Probably got taken by a gator or something.
Oh, you could
Happens now and then. Body will turn up in a few weeks somewhere out in the bayou.
So, sorry, go ahead.
There's an 8-year-old girl wandering the swamps. She's probably scared. We gotta find her.
She's been missing for over 3 weeks, man. She wouldn't be alive if she were out there still.
Well, if she's still alive, we could find her. But if we're looking for her, and well, it's no harm in looking, is there?
I suppose not. You folks are welcome to stick around and look all you want. All you're going to do is maybe find a chewed-up corpse of a dead little girl out there. But, you know, suit yourselves.
Chewed up.
Gators, son. Gators. You ever seen a gator?
Only in a burger.
You hear that, Andre? Gator burgers. What do you think? Andre says, I don't know. I don't think the locals will like it much. Meat's too tough. Plenty of shrimp. Yeah. Stick to the shrimp burgers.
Turns over and whispers to Velma, I don't really like this guy.
I know, Shaggy. He's pretty fishy to me, too.
Nice.
This whole place smells pretty fishy to me.
Yeah, which is why it might be a good idea if you all got a shower or something after an adventure in the swamp.
Well, I presume Madame Velma over here showed you where the inn is. You can get rooms over there, and
That way.
they got running water. They had running water installed there a few years back, so you could probably get a cold shower over there if you wish, man. You folks enjoy your stay, and if you need anything, well, you know where my office is. Just be careful out there. Be careful out there in that swamp. It's dangerous. I'm not going to be held responsible if any of you ends up eating too.
I think we'll be alright, Sheriff.
Did you hear that, Andre? I warned him. Andre says, yeah, you warned him, Sheriff. He stands
before
up,
the sheriff.
lights a cigarette. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, just before the sheriff leaves, he sort of says, "Pleasure to meet you, Sheriff. Now, what's this I hear about the local school?"
Local school? Andre hands him over a burger wrapped in paper. He takes it and sticks it in his pocket. He says, "What about the school?"
He says, "How far exactly is it out of town?"
It's not far, just to the west. Town, about 200 yards.
200 yards. And do you guys have any like folklore or any odd happenings like before in the city's history, town's history?
Folklore? Well, just crazy stories. Kids like to tell. At the end of the internet.
So he sort of says, "And who might I talk to hear one of these crazy stories you speak of?"
Well, talk to some of the locals back at the bar, probably most like. Or maybe some of the professors or some of the teachers down at school, if you wish.
Maybe
They entertain the children, so they get.
Maybe we could exchange crazy stories. That's all.
Well, you're more than welcome to. I wish you all the best of luck, sir. Hope your girlfriend doesn't get eaten out there. He tips his hat, walks out, puffing on a cigarette with a shrimp sandwich in his pocket.
I turn to the group and I say, "Don't worry, I have a plan."
Ruh-roh.
Just tell me, Fred. Dirty hippie. I'll make him eat those words. Or my name's not Norval Rogers.
Reroll me rutless.
Daphne, I'll hold him down. You kick him multiple times.
Now, don't you guys be getting on the wrong side of the law.
Reroll me.
Where's this mystery?
Well, I say we get some stories from the bar, and what time is it at the moment, Ian? It's pretty late now, right?
It's early evening. It's early evening. So
yeah, so Fred sort of says, yeah, the shadows are lengthening out there, and I don't fancy taking a walk in the dark. Best to view things on a fresh morning. Don't you agree?
Sure, why not? Let's get a fresh start in the morning. I think someone needs to take a shower, kind of covered in mud.
He sort of says, yeah, I know. And I think we should grill some of these locals. Not literally, Scoop.
Excellent. So you're going to head back over to the bar then after eating your dinner and grill some of the locals. Let's take a real quick, maybe 5-minute break, maybe less, just if anyone wants to get something to drink or use a toilet or anything real quick. I got to grab something myself, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Okay.
Cool.
Be back right after these messages.
Don't do drugs, okay?
Don't do drugs, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Drugs are bad. Okay.
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 Don't do drugs, okay? That's easy,
Hey,
okay?
Mr. Mackey. Okay.
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 Oh boy. Therapy.
You really do have the munchies. It is
Fucking
good.
munchies. Can't do D&D without Doritos.
Woo!
D&D always makes me hungry.
D&D makes me want to vape a lot.
That too. Oh my giant vape. Huge. I love it. Can I smoke inside? Vape inside.
I got a Sigelli 150 watt with a Eclipse tank. I've opened some churros and ice cream.
I have a mixture in mine. It's like
I use what is it?
sweet tart and Monster's Blood, I think.
Oh, cool. I go to this site called Zamplebox, and they send you like 11 different juices a month for $50, and you end up getting like between 160 and 180 milliliters. Pretty cool.
Nice. That's not bad.
Yeah. I got one this month that tasted exactly like Gobstoppers, like the purple Gobstoppers. Oh, it was delicious.
I bet that's awesome.
Yeah.
I like OMFG tobacco.
Ah, okay. I can't do... Oh, all my dice fell. That sucks. Yeah, for some reason I can't do like tobacco or menthol flavors. It makes me want a cigarette too bad.
OMFG is actually really good. It's fruity. It doesn't taste tobacco-y at all.
This one's the Gobstopper.
I'll have to find that. One of my coworkers works for Kalamazoo Vapors in Michigan.
Oh.
And I get all my stuff from him.
Nice, nice. I go to this little mom and pop shop. It's called Ninth World Vapors, and they treat me awesomely there. Like I got my tank broke, my Atlantis Nautilus, so I went there and bought a new tank. And they were after I bought it, they're like, "Oh, we got spare parts. Let's see what we can do." And they completely rebuilt my Atlantis tank and took off the airflow, so they made it better. This is pretty cool.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Oh, good.
I've been having a few beers and had to use the restroom, and also while I was at, I had to check and make sure my kid was at least in bed. She's not sleeping, of course, but.
Happy birthday, Ian!
Oh, thank you.
Happy birthday, Ian! Happy birthday on Fantastic!
Yes, thank you very much.
Be 2 secs while I just everything's frozen for me, so I'll be right back.
Okay. So yeah, and just as a reminder, yeah, do make sure if you're kind of got a lot of background noise or if you're eating something or anything like that, just make sure you mute the microphone. And then of course, if you don't unmute it when you're trying to talk again, we'll remind you. Don't worry about that. So it happens to everybody. We all get the munchies.
Yes.
I'll get them myself before this is all over, I'm sure.
D&D makes D&D makes me hungry, you know this.
Yeah.
I'm always eating when we do D&D.
Or is it the prep before D&D that makes you hungry? Aha!
Matt's back to us. Is everything working? Oh, yeah.
We have two.
We have 2 Matts. That's right, the other one will disappear shortly. Uh-oh. Fred has been cloned. There we go.
That was a very debonair face to be frozen on. Like that was like
it was
really good stuff.
All right.
You're like scowling.
So carrying straight back on. You guys have gone back to the Inn Tavern Saloon. It's more of a saloon, and it has rooms up the back. So kind of, in fact, it's like a big kind of saloon building, and then the rooms were built onto the back, kind of like Bates Motel-ish, you know, on the back of it. So you go in there, and there's quite a few people. There's probably a couple of dozen people in there drinking and smoking and just kind of doing what people do in a saloon in the evening hours just after dinner. Barman behind the bar, of course. You've met him already, Velma. He always works the night shift. His name is Eugene.
Eugene.
Yep. He's the one who's rented you the rooms. Gave you a pretty decent deal on them. There's not much to them. They're simple. Just pretty much a bed, a black and white television, which only gets a couple of channels, and not very well, you know, and a little toilet and kind of upright shower thing, which only runs cold water. They don't have any hot water, unfortunately.
Cold shower is better than no shower.
So Eugene's there, and he sees you. He says, "Ah, Lady Velma." He's taking kind of a liking to you. He says, "I see you're back, and your friends are here.
Yep, I brought my friends this time.
Come
They
on in,
finally-
everybody. I'll get you all a drink. Your friend here, she's quite the little lady. Spoke very highly of all of you. So you, young man, would you have a beer, I presume?"
This is a very good question. Like, I'm guessing that's what they do.
We're kind of departing from the traditional Scooby-Doo now as we move more into the adult side of it, I guess. But yeah, sure. He's like,
Hey, we're
something.
college kids, right?
It says, "And you, miss," and he sees Daphne, and his eyes light up, and he says, "Enchanté." He says,
Nice to meet you too.
he says, I'm afraid I don't have any fancy stuff around, but I think I might just have a bottle of rosé from a few years back hidden somewhere. If that's suits your preference.
Rosé.
Oh, you're
If you have a couple of bottles of beers as well, I think Shaggy would like those better.
Shaggy. Is that your dog?
The other one.
Oh, you, sir. Yes, beer for you as well.
Poor Shaggy.
Do you have a rye with lime?
Yeah, I think I might be able to work something out like that. I got a lime in here
A
somewhere.
Moscow Mule would work as well. And he gets a little bit shy about it.
He says,
"But none for you, Scoob. I remember last time."
Henri, and
Oh.
pops his head out from the back area, which is, you can see he's got a little bit of a kitchen going on back there. Boy pops his head out. He looks like he's probably about 12 years old. He says, "Henri, run down to Andre's place there and get me a lime." So Henri, "Yes, sir," and he runs out the door. Takes off. He says, "Yeah, it'll be just a minute there for you." And your canine companion here, what would he have?
I'll have a riffy.
A what? A whiffy?
Risky.
Risky?
Risky.
Scoob, I told you.
Whiskey. Well, the dog's got taste, he says.
Then he's gonna get the whiskey farts.
So he pours in like he pours in a little bowl. He pours about a shot and a half of Southern Comfort.
I'm gonna be awake for 3 more nights, buddy.
3 more nights.
Oh boy.
You don't sleep at night, sir?
No, when he drinks whiskey.
Oh, yes, of course. You're sure? Oh, right. Yes, that's why there was only 4 rooms. Of course. So, tell me, Lady Velma, have you found anything more out? What you were talking about?
Not really. Still the same. Although the sheriff was a little drunk when he came and saw us at the cafe.
Well, you know how you can tell when the sheriff's drunk? When he's awake.
It definitely smelled pretty strong.
Yeah. That's about the only strong thing about that, man.
Dirty hippie. Show you before.
I know, Shaggy. He wasn't very nice, was he?
Well, listen. He's like, I got something I want to tell y'all now that you're all here. I didn't want to scare the lady off, you see, before you guys arrived. But this missing girl, Renee, she won't be the last.
Why not?
This thing kind of seems to happen in patterns around here, you see. It says every 10 years or so, you get these disappearances. Last time it happened, yeah, it was, I'm trying to think of it, was Oh, it was 1961, I suppose. It was about 9 years ago. Near enough, anyway. Always be a few disappearances here and there. Not usually so young as that one, but it happens sometimes. Usually it's the older women, you know. They prefer to go for the ones that, well, if you pardon the expression, the ones that are ready for breeding.
Right.
Sheriff, he don't like causing controversy. He doesn't want the federal government kind of pushing their nose into the local business, or even the state government for that matter. He's afraid that people will start talking about serial killers and things of that sort, you see, and then you get news crews and everything else. It's the last thing St. Charles needs, in his opinion. But, you know, fact of the matter is, ain't no gator took that girl, I don't think. A little girl like that doesn't go wandering off into the swamp on her own. She raised around these parts. She lived here. She knows better. Kids, by the time kids are old enough to talk, they know how to say gator. You know what I'm saying? Well,
The sheriff seems
anyway.
to believe a gator did it.
Well, the sheriff just wants people to believe the gator did it. But the fact of the matter is, what I'll tell you now, what I think, it's them swamp people.
Swamp people? What are those?
Swamp folk. They live out in the deep bayou. Rednecks, if you will. And he just kind of chuckles, because definitely by Fred and Daphne's terms, this guy's a bit of a redneck himself. But he's like, yeah, they're, well, I wouldn't necessarily call them wild folk, mind you, but they kind of live off the grid, even more so than St. Charles folk.
I think I agree. 8 years old, she knows better than not to wander off in the swamp on her own. I think there's definitely something strange going on here.
Well, it chills me to the bone to think of what kind of horrors that girl will be introduced to the rest of her life. But you see, them small communities like the swamp folk have, well, they got a little bit of a problem with, you know, gene pools. You know what I'm saying?
Not really.
It's all about breeding, miss. You see, like, you can only have so many children with your sister or your cousin before things start to get a bit messy.
Oh, those kinds of pools.
Right.
So, it's my belief, and the belief of quite a few folk around here who tend to keep their mouths shut because we don't want to go crossing the sheriff, mind you, that swamp folk, every so many years, they go on a spree of kidnappings and to kind of add some more diversity to their gene pool.
How long has the sheriff been in that position?
Sheriff Etienne, he's been the sheriff for, 20 years now, ever since his daddy passed on.
Okay. Tell me anything about him, about his father.
Well, his father was sheriff before him. Died of coronary, was round about, I think it was 1949. Sheriff Etienne himself, he was only a relatively young man. He was only in his 30s at the time. He was serving as deputy.
And you say these disappearances have been on and off. So how many have there actually been that you know of?
Oh, well, I mean, I couldn't tell you a total amount or nothing. I don't have any kind of records or anything, but I seem to recall the last time it happened, I think a total of 5 girls ended up missing over the course of 3 months. That's what I'm telling you. I'd say, honestly, we're roundabout due for another one to go missing any day now. So you keep an eye on these lady folks, you hear?
Oh, don't you worry. I got that well in hand. We're here to solve this, and to get to the bottom of it.
Shaggy's trying to look tough.
I see that.
He's puffing out his chest. The words in the back of his mind, dirty hippie. It's motivating what little rage he has in his being.
Well, anyway, I'm not trying to scare you folks or nothing, especially you lady folks, but I just want you to know what you might be up against here, and I don't want you all getting in no trouble.
We'll do our best not to, but gotta find that girl.
Well, I wish you luck. It might be luckier not to find that girl. Might not like what you find. Of course, there are a couple other theories that I don't necessarily subscribe to. But there's other folks around here that probably be willing to share their stories with you if you want to hear them. I think it's all a bunch of superstitious nonsense, if you ask me.
Well, we've seen some strange things in our time, and I'll regale a story of one of our mysteries that sort of turned out a totally different way to how it seemed at the start. And say, life certainly is strange.
He says, the whole thing was a guy in a rubber mask?
I know, it was the strangest thing you've ever seen.
Well, interesting. And he looks kind of pensive for a moment. Maybe that might explain some of the strange things we've seen around here once in a while.
Excuse me.
He says, well, if you want to dive into the local lore, you might want to go down and talk to Claudine LeBlanc.
Okay.
She lives down the road. He gives you an address on that. That's about at the moment because I'm just making it up on top of my head. She lives down on the boulevard there. Her little boy, Emil, he claims to seen a flying saucer. One of them UFOs.
Not aliens again. Do you remember this?
Retro Rarians.
Yeah.
Oh no, Raggy.
It was about a month ago. He had been out catching crawfish with his friends. Came running back to town, leaving his friends behind, screaming up a storm, bawling for his mama. Said he saw a flying saucer out there in the bayou. And a friend of his, a young Justin Bordeaux. Well, he claims he's just the latest have claimed to have seen the St. Charles monster. Now, I don't believe in no St. Charles monster myself, but all the local boys, they all have different stories from going out hunting and fishing and shrimping and crawfishing and everything else. All of them have stories about the St. Charles monster out there in the swamp. You've seen that photograph floats around. You see it on the fancy TV shows once in a while. Bigfoot. St. Charles monster is kind of a local version of that, if you will. People think there's some kind of big hairy man out there lives out in the swamp. Bunch of nonsense, if you ask me. Maybe there's some big mutant swamp folk out there or something, but I'm sure these things are exaggerated. Do you understand?
Well, you never know.
Do they only take women?
Well, who only take? Oh, the swamp folk? Yeah, it's always girls. That's what I'm telling you. It's all about breeding. It's usually women, not usually girls. Renee, it's a disturbing case. It's the youngest one I've ever seen taken. Like I said, you know, I'm willing to put you all up and help you out as best I can. But you might not like what you find out there. Swamp is a dark place.
We see some scary stuff in our time, so we'll take a look around. Maybe we'll find a girl. If she's the youngest taken so far, there might be a different reason.
Yeah, maybe. I reckon maybe, well, I hope anyway, that they're just grooming her for later on.
Poor thing, doesn't need to go through that.
Best we find her first.
If you guys are going to go out looking for swamp folk, though, you might want to arm yourselves. They'll be armed, all right.
Armed with what?
I don't know exactly whereabout they get their firearms, but I reckon actually probably the sheriff has something to do with it, but can't prove nothing.
Can you tell us more about the sheriff's office? Does he, does he sleep there?
Oh, well, yeah, most of the time. If it's not him, then it's that useless deputy of his, Albert.
Is he...
There's always one of them down there, guaranteed.
Is he a family member, Albert?
No, he's just a local idiot, really. I think the sheriff picked him because he's gullible enough to eat anything the sheriff feeds him, and he does what he's told. He don't want to lose his job. Not very easy coming by decent jobs out here in St. Charles, you understand. There's only one sheriff and only one deputy.
Okay.
Albert Dupuy.
Dupuy?
Dupuy, yeah.
It's a very French sounding name.
Well, you're in Cajun country, son. They're all French sounding names around here.
Does he have a family too?
Well, he's got a mama and a papa, all right, but ain't nobody around even this town been dumb enough to breed with that boy yet. And he is really a boy. I mean, I'd say he's not much older than yourselves. He's about 27, 28 maybe.
Do they live in town?
Oh, yeah. Everybody's local. Not many folk come in here from any of the cities, you know. It's a long, long drive. Anybody who leaves here and heads for the cities, well, you know, can't necessarily blame them, but they never come back.
Well, thank you very much for telling us all about your local town. We're hoping to solve this once and for all.
I know you are, son, and you all seem like good folk, so I know the sheriff will do everything he can to try and throw you off, get rid of you, but, well, I don't like to see good folk treated that way. Not too many good folk come to St. Charles anyway. You kids hungry? I could have, there's the boy now. Bring me that lime, boy. Get back there, whip up something to eat for these kids. We'll get some jambalaya going for you.
Jambalaya.
I don't even know what that is. Is that a thing?
Jambalaya is a thing, yeah. It's a really good, nice Cajun food. Sorry.
We just ate.
Foreigner.
I guess Cajun is a very, very American-centric thing, so I apologize for that. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yep.
That's delicious.
It is basically a crawfish, shrimp, rice, corn, everything stew.
Mm-hmm.
Just take a bunch of shit, put it in a big pot, stir it up, jambalaya.
You gotta get a lot of chili or something in there too, a little bit of cayenne.
Yeah. Chili. It's
Right
spicy.
on. Okay. Sure.
It's gross.
It's not gross. It's lovely.
Nasty shit.
Sorry to any of the Cajun folk or Louisianans who might be watching this actual play video.
Sorry. I'm from Florida. I'm from the South, and I don't even like it.
So yeah, they whip up some. Anyway, the food it is kind of shit actually. It's not the best quality. You know, it's saloon food. It's
The poor man's soup.
This is why Velma's been eating her dinners down at the Burger Shack.
Clearly.
But you know.
Okay. So after this sort of poorish meal, Fred will hang around in the bar and just like engage in conversation with randoms and just be like, heard anything strange lately, and ask for, you know, stories and exchange stories, and he'll specifically try to point the conversation to anything that's similar to what he's heard so far: flying saucers, UFOs, swamp folk, any of the things that have been sort of mentioned, and he won't bring them all up in the same conversation.
Of course.
He'll just sort of like casually just like glean for information.
Go ahead and give me a diplomacy roll, Fred.
You know, he's trying to be a everyday kind of bloke as much as he can.
Trying to mingle with the common folk, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so a diplomacy roll. So yeah, he's it's an 11.
That's not too bad.
It's not terrible.
Yeah, eventually, after talking for a little while, one of the guys says, "Well, yeah," he says, my nephew said he's seen the St. Charles monster out there in the swamp. I bet you that's the thing that been done taking that girl."
Okay. And then yeah, once he's had that sort of stuff, he will ask, I guess, you know, casually. So tell us about this monster. You know, 6 legs, 12 eyes. What's the dealio?
No, ain't nothing like that now, mister. No. Justin, he said it's just like a big hairy man, you know. It's about 10 feet tall, maybe 500 pounds, covered in hair, smells like shit, he said. Well, he saw it and he was just too afraid to even point his rifle at it. He nearly shot himself and ran all the way back to town.
Okay.
Said it had glowing red eyes, too.
Ah.
2 legs, though. 2 legs, 2 arms. He said the arms are too long. Like one of them primates you see on TV. You know?
Are they known to throw rocks?
I don't know, you didn't say nothing about throwing no rocks now, but why not, you know? 2 arms, you can throw a rock. 1 arm.
Well, he's sort of putting things together in his head, and after speaking to these people, he sidles himself up to his friends and he says, "I think I might have found what the saucer is. I think it might be one of those rocks that got thrown at us in the swamp by whatever that thing was."
Anybody?
Has done.
Yeah, so once I've sort of said what I think it might be, Fred will probably, after, you know, perusing for information, probably head up and go to his room, unless there's anything else you want in the scene.
No, not necessarily.
Settle down for the night.
Who settled down for the night?
Bedtime, kitties.
Okay. Daphne?
Can't think of anything else.
Okay. Scooby? Shaggy ain't feeling too good. Shaggy went to bed with a stomach ache.
Ah, okay.
And Jambalaya didn't treat him too well, so...
I'm just gonna wander around, kind of moping because Shaggy went to bed at this point.
In actuality, I think Chepe just lost his connection or something. Hopefully he'll be back to call soon.
Cool.
Okay, so you all retire for the night into your little Bates Motel rooms, as they were.
And he's back.
Let me mute my mic. Anything else Shaggy would have wanted to do before retiring for the night, Chepe? Okay, Chepe is just getting himself reset. Okay.
I would go in and see Shaggy in his room on his bed, kind of passed out, and I would curl up at the foot of his bed and fall asleep.
Okay, very good.
Shaggy, of course, needs to... The room is filling up with smoke a little bit, and Shaggy needed to rest and relax the only way Shaggy knows how.
When you got kind of dropped from the call, we determined that Shaggy got a bellyache from the jambalaya and decided to go to his room a little early.
And he's settling himself out in his sleeping beanie.
Very good.
And with reggae playing in the background. And there's smoke in his room. It's his way of calming himself down, his natural medicine.
Very good.
For bed.
You guys all retire for the night. Yeah, and then the next day, well, Scooby-Doo, you'd be the first one to wake up.
Awesome. I would jump on Shaggy and wake him up.
Okay, start licking his face and...
Yes, of course.
Oh, buddy.
Buddy, breakfast.
Breakfast?
Breakfast.
I'm not too sure about that, buddy.
Righty, breakfast.
Let's go get you some breakfast, Scoob.
Right.
Rolls off the bed and falls. Tosses off the beanie just because he remembers that insult earlier. He didn't want that to influence people's perceptions of him. He grooms himself the best way he knows, shakes off dust.
We're not very hippie.
Thanks, Scoob.
Does he take a shower?
He goes in and he has his clothes on. He just kind of lets the water run over him. Then he goes out and he just changes clothes to drier clothes. One of like 3 pairs he has.
See, it's the exact same clothes. It's just
yes, it's the exact same shirt, everything.
Sure.
It's gotta be.
I don't think those kids have changed clothes in 40 years.
He
No.
They just have one store where they sell the same, 4 things.
Bill has got 30 copies of that exact same orange sweater.
Yes. They were all on sale on clearance one year. They just stocked up.
Nice. Okay.
Let's go get some pancakes, Scoob.
Right.
The rest of you guys will wake up too. You'll hear Shaggy and Scooby's door open and close.
I'm an orange sweater.
Velma, are you coming to get pancakes?
Pancakes sound good. I'll come.
Red rakes.
Maybe some strawberries on top.
Strawberries.
Scoob, be honest with me, buddy. Are you...
What? What, Raggy?
Are you Are you still a little tipsy from the whiskey?
Maybe a little.
Okay, buddy.
So it's more time.
So,
You go into the saloon. Yeah, they're making their French style pancakes, the real, the thin kind of crepe style.
Right.
Yeah.
Yum.
He's even got some fruits there to put with them. Yep. But they're like kind of made into like a coulis. You know what I mean? They're not like, it's not like full strawberries. He does have some proper strawberries to put on there too, but he's got like, you mix it with like sugar and you kind of like make it like a real what's the word I'm looking for?
My little nerd makes a fruit bowl, an organized fruit bowl with some strawberries and some oranges, some grapes, and then some sugar on top.
Very good.
Shaggy just dumps stuff on his pancakes.
Yeah. Anything you can fit in there, you roll it up and eat it like a pancake burrito.
For some reason, I can imagine Fred just like getting a knife and a fork. I don't know why.
Daphne too, just like.
Oh yeah, of course.
Well, Fred's not quite like that. But yes.
Then they got coffee. Strong coffee.
Coffee.
Milk if you want it.
Coffee.
Sugar if you're weak.
Nerds don't run on anything but coffee.
That's not true. There's Doritos and Mountain Dew.
I'm not big on Mountain Dew. Too sweet.
This nerd runs on
But I do Doritos.
See, I told you.
Product placement, people. Product placement.
Yeah. Actually, that's going to be.
I even have another bag of Cool Ranch on my fridge.
Oh no.
I got some nacho cheese for that shit too. Queso.
So what's the plan, Fred? You're the man with the plan.
Man with the plan. All right.
Don't tell me
So,
we're splitting up again.
only for a short while. It'll be okay. We're just getting some information. Then we'll all get together and we'll tell each other what we found. You can pick a buddy even.
Does this involve putting me in a dress again?
Nope, not this time.
Okay.
That's okay.
So we have a couple of people to go and see, says Fred. So how about one of the girls, or even both, go have a chat to Claudine. Both being Claudine's a woman, she might, gravitate to you guys, to you ladies, you lovely ladies. And he sort of blushes in Daphne's direction. And then,
Fred, did you eat some bad hot sauce? If you want some more, I got some for the pancakes. You're turning red, buddy.
Oh good.
Red.
And so he suggests that, and he looks at Shaggy, and he says, "You guys can go chat to Justin. He was the one that apparently saw this St. Charles monster, and you might be able to get some information out of him. And you guys have seen your fair share of monsters, and you could, tell him about those, and maybe get him to share a little bit more than he would have normally."
Just as long as we don't have to read any ancient tomes this time.
We should talk
no
to
tomes.
Adele as well.
Just talking.
What would you say that?
We should talk to Adele as well. She was the one who wrote us the letter.
Yeah, So I think though that she gave us pretty much all the information. But I mean, you can definitely go again and see what more you can extract from her. So okay, and then. So I think that's
Definitely
it for
get
the
some.
time being. I think Fred will see if he can go find Albert.
Okay. Yep.
So he says, let's get some information and meet over lunch, and then we'll decide what we're gonna do.
So Fred's going to be going over to the sheriff's office. Sorry, what were you going to say, Morgan?
I was gonna say that yeah, we need to get some backup, some weapons to go into the swamp with.
Yeah, I'll see if I can persuade the sheriff, or hopefully Albert's there. I'm pretty sure I can convince him. So he's gonna cross his fingers. He goes, I got a plan when it comes to Albert, and so.
Okay. So Fred's going to the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
Daphne and Velma were supposed to go to Claudine's house to speak to Emile, her son that saw the UFO. Shaggy and Scooby are supposed to go to Justin Bordeaux's house. He's the teenager who claimed to have seen the St. Charles monster.
If they agree, like he's just giving the plan, like this is the plan.
Sure, this is the idea. So if there's any objections, of course, by all means. Or if you guys want to split it up and even more so and go more places. Any thoughts, anyone?
Where are you in, Greggy?
I want to stick with you, buddy.
Right.
I think that's a good plan. Good plan.
Okay. So let's see. We will go first with Shaggy and Scooby. Go to Justin Bordeaux's house. You go up. It is like all the other houses in the place. It's made of it's wood and like logs almost. A lot of it's made out of really. Knock on the door. You can see the smoke of the morning fire coming out of the chimney of the house. You can kind of smell the remnants of breakfast. Well, the two of you definitely smell the remnants of breakfast coming from this house, and you get the smell of coffee as well, fresh coffee. Heavy-set woman answers the door. Really bad complexion and greasy hair. She's got a greasy apron on over like stained clothes, basically, with just kind of stained with dirt and grease and mud and everything else. She says, "Yeah, what do you want?"
We're here to talk about the swamp monster.
What? Where are you from?
Right, Scooby?
Where? Robber.
He would like to use a bluff. So as she's looking at Scoob, because it's a talking Great Dane.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but nobody's ever surprised by that.
Scooby or Shaggy whispers off in the distance because he's a ventriloquist. He's calling back to all of his old prowess, and he tries to make a guy in the back try to sound as Cajun as he possibly can, try to make a bluff. Oh, get back over here to help search out for this swamp patrol, catching something that was in the swamp.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so like the voice is calling out to them.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, "What are you guys? Some kind of hunting patrol or what? What's your game?"
Just here for animal control, miss.
Where? Ramble Patrol.
I'll get the boy. Hang on a second. And she goes, Justin! Justin! Get your ass on down here, boy. There's a monster patrol here to talk to you or something. You brought this on yourself, telling them stories. Get your ass out here. Justin comes up, and he's about a 13-year-old boy. Kind of tall, kind of awkward. Too skinny, too long in the limb, and he looks at you guys. He looks at Shaggy, and he sees a kindred spirit. And he sees Scooby, and he says, "Oh, that's a great dog you got there, mister. Can I pet him?"
He doesn't bite much.
He goes over and starts scratching Scooby behind the ears. You guys are with a monster patrol? What is that, like a TV show or something?
We're just animal control. Trying to sound as official as he can. He bristens up his shirt really quick, just to get some of the creases.
What kind of animal are you hunting? What animal are you looking for? He says, I do a lot of hunting. Do you need some help? I can get my dad's rifle.
Did you?
He's gonna give it to me on my next birthday.
Sure. Could you tell me where you found this monster?
Oh, you mean St. Charles monster? Well, yeah, but you guys don't want him. That's no animal.
Well, we're investigating whether or not black bears are in this area.
Black bears? No, he ain't no bear. I'm telling you, mister, that thing's a man. Big, scary man, but that's a man.
Could you tell me the story?
Yeah, he says, well, I was out hunting, me and a couple of friends, and, well, I was walking by myself, and they'd gone off another direction, and we all kind of split up, and well, as I was walking along, I got this really bad smell, you know. It smelled like, well, he looks over his shoulder to make sure his mom's out. He goes, it smelled like shit, you know. It's really, really just nasty. And I was looking around trying to figure out what the smell was coming from. And all of a sudden, this thing steps out from behind a tree. And like the tree was too small, you know. This thing is wider than the tree. I don't know how he was hiding back there, but he come out from behind this impossibly small tree and just looked at me and kind of like made a sound it was like a little bit of a growl kind of sound. I couldn't really hear it, but I could feel it, you know, like a vibration, like a rumble, like thunder, you know, like really, really distant thunder. And I was shocked. I didn't know what to do. I just kind of stared at him, and he stared at me with this rumbling coming from, I think it came from his chest, actually. And I remember he was, I don't know, he was twice as tall as me. He must have been 10 feet tall. And probably weighed 500 pounds, covered in long black hair, just hanging off him, you know, like a really old, dirty carpet, you know. And I could tell right away the smell was coming from him, you know what I mean? And his fur was real dirty and all that. His hair, sorry, not fur, but, you know, like some animals have that fur. It's real thick and stuff underneath. This isn't like that. This is more like hair like you have, you know, but if it had been growing your whole life, and if it growed out of every part of your body and you never cut it, you know, never washed it. Well, anyway, I imagine he probably doesn't have very good sanitary practices, and that's probably where the smell's coming from. And so all of a sudden the thunder stopped, the rumbling stopped, and then made a grunt sound like a harumph, you know. And I don't know why, all of a sudden I didn't feel safe. I thought maybe he meant me some harm, so I just turned around and I ran. I ran all the way home.
Could you tell me where it was?
Well, I can try to tell you. It'd probably be easier to show you if I could get Ma to let me out of the house.
Well, could you go do that then?
Well, he says, yeah, I could try. You guys just wait here. I'll be right back. And he goes inside and he kind of closes the door part way. He doesn't latch it, but he closes the door most of the way behind him. And we'll cut over to Daphne and Velma, who have gone to Claudine LeBlanc's house. So you guys have a slightly different experience. You go up and knock on the door. And Claudine is a little bit more of a gentler woman. She's not a big, husky southern woman like Justin's mom. Claudine's a bit more ladylike, and she opens the door. She's a bit cleaner, and she's actually got an oven mitt on, and she says, "Hello, can I help you?"
Hello. We were told your son Emil saw something out in the swamp.
Oh yeah, who told you that?
What's this guy's name again?
Eugene.
Eugene told us.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, what do you want with Emil anyway? He's just.
Oh, we'd like to ask him some questions.
Well, I'll tell you, you guys come on in. I'll get you some coffee if you want. And but you know, I'll sit there with him. I don't, you know.
That's all right. We won't ask any weird questions or something.
Okay.
Much.
So she brings you in, sits down, gets you guys coffee, and then she calls Emil, and he comes out of another room, and he's about 7 years old himself. And she says, Emil, he says, these ladies are here to ask you about that thing you saw out in the swamp when you were crawfishing with Daddy. And he says, oh, okay. He sits down and he just stares at you intently.
Well, Emil, we'd like to ask you what you saw. You said you saw a UFO.
Yeah, I did. I was out crawfishing with my dad, and I heard this weird like swooshing sound, you know, like a bird flying too fast or something. And I looked up, and I saw this silver, like, it looked like what did it look like? It looked kind of like a cigar, but you know, like the ones that the men smoke. But it wasn't smoking, and it wasn't brown. It was actually like silver. It was just shaped like that, you know. And it wasn't sticking out of a man's mouth or anything like that. But you know, it just like went swoosh right overhead. And I called out to my daddy, and I tried to tell him, Daddy, did you see that? Did you see that? And he just said, oh no, just, you know, pay attention to what you're doing and do, you know, catch your crawfish. And so we went back to work, and then later on, I thought I heard a sound again, and I saw it again coming up. It was like the trees were there, and I saw the silver cigar thing rising up out of the trees, and then whoosh, and it was gone again before I could even get my daddy's attention. He thinks I would just imagine things, you know. I got a wild imagination, he says. So, but I'm telling you, it was real.
Hmm. Can you tell us where you saw it? Like, where exactly you saw it?
Yeah, it was out in the bayou down by the creek. We were out there catching the crawfish.
When did you see it?
Oh, I don't know. I think it was last year or something sometime, and his mom just kind of like, she says it was about a month ago. She says it was a long time ago.
You saw it come down and then it went away again?
I never saw it come down. I saw it go by, you know, and then I didn't lost sight of it. And then later I saw it come up, and then it swooshed away really fast. Do you think this got, like, Martians on it or something?
Maybe. We don't know. That's what we're here to find out.
Well, Daddy and Mommy just think I got a wild imagination. You don't think I got a wild imagination, do you?
Not at all. Anything is possible.
Okay, well, he says, yeah, that's all I saw. That's all I know. So, are you going to give me some candy or something now? and Claudine's like, Emile, go back to your room now.
Yeah. Daphne looks in the purse and see if she has something, some candy in her purse.
Sure, okay. You can have some if you want to. Oh, thanks, miss. All right, I'll go to my room now, Mom. Thanks, guys. I hope you find the flying cigar thing.
Thanks.
Thanks, Emile.
And we'll cut to Fred. Fred, you went to the sheriff's office.
I did.
So you go down there, and the door is locked, and you can see where the vehicle parks. Obviously, you can see the indentations from the wheels. It's it's not like a paved parking area or anything of that sort. But the car is not there, or the vehicle's not a car. It's more like a Jeep.
Okay, and it's
sign on the door says, what did it say? Something like "Be back soon" or something like that. You know.
Okay. I look at the writing. Is it like, what sort of hand is it written in?
It's kind of scrawled. It's not real elegant or anything like that. No, it's poor man's cursive.
Okay. So this building, it's wood like all the rest. So am I able to like walk around it, or are they like attached to each other, or?
No, you can totally walk around it. It's independent.
Okay, so he'll walk around it and he'll just like check it out. So does he see anything unusual? Like he's looking for either other entrances or windows, or
yeah, sure. There's lots of windows.
If things are barred, or if it's all just like.
Well, around the back there's bars. Yeah, there's barred windows because obviously they got a couple holding cells in the back. You can determine.
And how tall are the windows that are not barred? Like off the ground?
No, there's a couple that are probably around, say, midriff to chest level to you.
Oh, okay. So they're actually like, I don't have to jump up or anything. I can like access them.
You can, yeah, if you want to.
So I see if they like. Is there anyone around?
No. Roll a spot check.
Spot. That's an 11.
11? Yep. No, nobody around.
Okay, so just really casual. I just like see like, do these windows look like they open like vertically, or?
Yeah, they slide up.
They slide up.
Yep.
So I see if I can get my fingers underneath and see if it will actually move or if it's locked from the inside.
You struggle trying to get your fingers underneath, but you manage to put your hand against the window and you can slide it up.
Do I want to break in here?
Yeah, I mean, you open the window a few inches, no problem.
Okay. So can I see inside?
Yeah, you can see inside because once you open the window a little bit, the wind blows the curtains a little bit more, and you can see it looks like you're looking right into the sheriff's actual office. You can see like filing cabinets, you see a bookshelf, you see a desk, chair, you see a safe.
Oh wow. The side that the window is on, can that be seen from the road?
No, you're on the back side now.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Come on, man, I'm leaving all the breadcrumbs. Come on.
Yeah. I'm going to crawl in there
Yeah, you are.
and attempt.
Yep, no problem. You crawl in. You are in the sheriff's office. You can see a picture on his desk. You can see him, and you can see two fat kids. They look like they're teenagers. You realize the picture's pretty old.
All right. So yep. Obviously, I keep my ears open for the sound of a vehicle, and at any sound of a vehicle, I'm going to go back through the window. Obviously, get the hell out of Dodge. But probably where he's going to start is he's going to just like see if he can open the filing cabinet, and just like if there's a filing system. Like he wants to see if there's actual names on the files. Like he's not going to start opening them just at the moment. He just wants to see if there's names on them, if they're organized.
Yeah.
So he's just going to open the drawer to see.
They are organized, actually, and labeled. Alphabetized,
cool. Alphabetized. All right, that's pretty amazing. So is there one pertaining to?
Renee?
Either the name of so it would be Adele Marceau's name, or anything that we've sort of seen.
You find a file labeled Marceau, and there's actually a few different things in there. You find a file pertaining to the the manslaughter of Louis Marceau 2 years ago, 1968. His cause of death was excessive bleeding due to knife trauma. Basically, you find the name of the person that stabbed him. They were both drunk. They had staggered out of the saloon, had a fist fight. The guy who lost the fist fight got angry, pulled a knife out, and stabbed Mr. Marceau multiple times in the chest. Mr. Marceau died from blood loss, and the killer, anyway, was convicted of manslaughter, served 2 years, and was then released.
Okay. Cool. Good.
Had to enter an Alcoholics Anonymous type program or something too.
Yeah. And anything like missing women, like.
Yep. Behind that, you also find a file for Renee Marceau, 8-year-old girl reported missing by mother Adele. Disappeared somewhere between home and school in the morning of, etc., whatever date, approximately 3 weeks ago, a little over 3 weeks ago. It says basically unsolved, but considered a runaway or wanderer. Basically, at this point in time, it's considered to be death by misadventure.
All right, so these are like. This puzzles him because these are very well kept files. They're very thorough. It backs up the stories that have been told, which sort of confuses him ever so slightly. It's like, it's a paper trail covering these people up. So
the handwriting is all the same on the files.
Okay, handwriting is all
There's
the same.
also a footnote there that says that Adele, the mother, has been a bit crazy ever since her husband was killed 2 years ago. Considered to be even more crazy now that her daughter's gone missing. So, and that next to that it says runaway ? As if maybe it's suspected that maybe the girl ran away from home because her mother was loopy or something, perhaps.
Okay. Is there a signature?
No, everything is signed off by Sheriff Michael Etienne.
Very interesting. Anything on UFOs or generic other missing women in the files?
I started looking for anything on UFOs. You do find some reports. People seeing flying saucers, UFOs, things of that sort. It's been a lot of little reports like this over the last 20 years, basically, ever since the whole UFO phenomenon really started to kick off. You also do find a file on the St. Charles monster. It's pretty much a bunch of little articles and stuff about like reports from people, and then you see little comments from the sheriff and stuff too, basically write it all off as being fucking, drunk or, wild imaginations, etc., etc. Obviously.
So it seems that he absolutely believes that that it's not something unusual.
I think it's nonsense.
All of this collaborates that. So okay, so I'll close the cabinet and I'll just quickly before I leave, just look at the desk, see if there's anything in his actual desk rather than in the filing cabinet, and see if there's any weapons lying around.
Oh, you're gonna open the desk?
Yes.
Yeah, you open the desk, there's a loaded revolver in the desk drawer. Nice, shiny, like chrome kind of, nearly, not chrome, literally chrome, but like the real shiny gunmetal 6-shooter.
Okay.
Fully loaded. You look in one of the drawers on the side and you find about 20 extra bullets in a box. Manual loaded,
Okay.
You're gonna steal it? You gonna take it?
I am.
Wow.
All
right.
And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it really obvious as possible, that that everything has been gone through. So I'm gonna open all of the drawers.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw papers around. No, I'm not gonna throw papers around. I'm gonna throw anything that's valuable. I'm gonna make it look like the valuables have been gone through rather than the papers.
Right.
And the gun's been taken, and I'll take just a handful of ammunition. I'm not going to count it. I'm just going to grab a handful, chuck it in my pocket, and just make it look like there's been a full-on robbery, looking for valuables, and then I'm gonna get out.
Okay. So you just stay in the actual office and stuff. You don't go looking around any of the rest of the station, no? Actually, roll a listen check.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't look anywhere else.
Roll a quick listen check.
Yeah, so that's a 16.
You can hear really loud snoring coming from somewhere outside the door.
Oh, wow.
You got a 16. That's good enough to probably judge the direction. It sounds like there's probably somebody sleeping in the holding cell next to the office.
In the holding cell?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any keys nearby?
You don't see any keys here, no.
Can I make a move silently or something and open the door and see if I can look at the bars?
Go ahead and roll the move silently. The door's unlocked anyway. It's closed, but it's unlocked.
Oh, wow.
The door to the office is. Yeah, you move really silently, I'd say.
Yeah.
No problem. Yeah, you look in, and there's some big fat Cajun dude there. Looks like he's sleeping off a hard drunk.
Okay. So, can I see a way to access this cell? Is it locked?
It's locked, yeah. Roll a spot check. Or a search check.
Cool.
I think Chepe stepped away.
I think he froze. I just picture was frozen like.
That's a non-natural 20.
Yep. Oh yeah, you find some keys on a big thick ring hanging on the wall across from the holding cells.
Okay. Well,
they're the big, thick keys. They look like the kind that would fit into a jail cell.
Well, he looks like out of it completely. So I'm just gonna like try to unlock the cell, leave the door wide open. If one of these keys opens the cell in time, have the keys. I drop the keys right next to his body, and leave some valuables of some description, next to him too.
Okay. Yep. No problem.
If that's possible, and then get out. This is really unlawful. I'm feeling really bad about this. But yeah.
Roll one more spot check.
Okay.
As you're going.
Oh.
Okay. No problem. Yep, you go. You get the hell out. You're feeling kind of nervous. You're having second thoughts. You're like, wow, I'm really breaking the law here. This is really wrong of me. And you split out of there. And you don't notice the gun case at the end of the hall that's full of shotguns and shells and such and all that. So.
Oh well, I got a revolver out of it.
You got a revolver.
Awesome.
You sold the sheriff's revolver, in fact. Yes.
Yeah, and I've sort of tried to implicate things.
So you guys well done your individual investigations. It's still a little bit before lunchtime. So you visited Claudine LeBlanc and spoke to Emile about the UFO. You visited Justin Bordeaux and spoke to him about his encounter with the St. Charles monster. And Fred broke into the sheriff's office and stole his gun.
Right on.
And browsed through his files, of course, too, on the Marceau family and the UFOs and the monster sightings.
Yeah, and I would have left them exactly as I found them. All of the evidence that's in the room would look exactly like it's been a break-in for the purpose of stealing valuables.
Cool. Hope Fred doesn't have any fingerprints on file. Of course, it would take a long time to get them out anyway. But
well,
he's got big handprints on the glass of the window where he slit the window open.
He's okay with that.
Okay.
All right.
So what's the next step? Where are you going to go?
Well, I reckon we meet up. We exchange all the information that we've got. I say to the party, I want to get so if any of the party members wants other parties to respond, so something that Fred would like to ask for opinions about is like he'll mention that the files are extremely well kept, like especially for a town like this, in the sheriff's office, and that they collaborate completely what the sheriff has said. And I'll ask for opinions about what that might mean amongst the party.
Okay, so you guys are meeting back at the saloon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. So you're telling them about all that. And what's his name? Now, Eugene works the night shift. Who works during the day? It'd be Eugene's wife during the day. We'll come up with a nice name for her. Her name is Cherie. Oh, that's a really unfortunate name. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Cherie. She says, well, did you all hear about what's going on in town?
What specifically do you mean?
Some kind of a big hubbub over at the Marceau household.
No.
Oh yeah, a lot of folks headed down there. Something about a dead body.
Oh, that sounds bad.
We should go there.
Yeah, maybe. Like he remembers that one of the one of the girls mentioned Adele earlier today, and he looks sheepishly and he's like, "Oh, I hope your suggestion to go see her, I hope that not going was for the best. We thought we'd had lots of information, so I hope everything's alright. So I think we should go right now, though."
The whole gang's gonna go. You guys can walk there in a couple of minutes. Not a very big town.
I think so. Yeah. I think we want to act investigation-y at this point.
Yep.
On a united front.
Pretty much the whole town. Anybody who's not running a shop is gathered around outside the house. And there's the kind of old police tape up around the house. And people are pretty much staying back. They're not pushing forward. It's 1970, and it's small town, so there's no news crews or anything like that pushing out in front. Everybody's just kind of respectfully staying back behind the police tape, and you can see the fat deputy standing outside talking to people here and there. And the sheriff, anyway, comes out of the house and just kind of shakes his head and wipes his brow, and he looks pretty pale. He sees you guys, of course, arrive, and he just kind of scoffs a little bit and walks over to his vehicle, his Jeep, takes a flask right out of his pocket and takes a big swig out of it. No, he's not drinking sweet tea. What do you guys want to do?
I sure wish we had something to eat, right, Scoop?
Roll, rare Raggy. I'm hungry.
It's about lunchtime.
Right.
We haven't even had the third post-lunch snack yet.
Real Ruby Rex.
I know, Scoop.
Red Ray.
It's a very sad day.
I got your scoop back right here. Reese's Pieces.
Velma pulls out a box of reserve Scooby snacks.
Red boy.
Nice.
To the dead body,
right.
Scoop.
There, I saved you guys a box.
So, Daphne, Fred, while Velma is rationing out the Scooby snacks, anything you guys want to be doing?
Do we go to the sheriff or to the house?
Well, you
I
have to
think
cross the police tape to get to either.
Mm-hmm.
Up yourself. Deputy standing pretty close by the police tape, just telling people, calm down, relax, He says nothing can be done now. It's too late.
So I go and ask the deputy what's going on. Calmly.
He says, well, the lady of the house killed herself this morning. Or maybe last night. We're not exactly sure when.
Killed herself.
Yep, looks like she took a fit of depression and hung herself, with her missing daughter and all.
Zoinks.
Retro.
Yeah, this is like the most depressing Scooby-Doo episode ever.
So, okay. So, remembering, I look over at my friends, and I say, "So did she?" And it was Velma who had talked to her the other day, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So I look over at Velma and I say, "Did she seem depressed to you?"
Oh yeah, she definitely did.
Any mother that loses
depressed enough to take
young
her
child.
life?
I don't know. She seemed depressed, but I don't think she'd take her life. I've never lost a child, so I don't really know what it feels like, but...
But she knew, like, she'd only just hired us. Like, it seems unusual to hire someone and then just go and hang yourself. Like, you've got some hope, right? Like, you don't hire someone and then just off yourself.
Yeah. I think we need to investigate this, too. Maybe we can sneak past sheriff.
So I say to the sheriff, so I say to the, so you're wanting to sneak? So I try to distract him because, like, we work together really well. We sort of, like, can look into each other's eyes and go, right, this is what you're doing, cool. So I'm going to kind of be like, oh, so come over here and tell me more. I want to know all about it. And I sort of, like take the, and he's pretty stupid, right? So.
Okay. So you're gonna
take him over to the side, and I say, "Oh, come over here. We've got something to show you," and talk about.
Oh, the deputy. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What about the sheriff? What about the sheriff?
I don't know. So
okay.
I don't know what they want to do about him.
Who wants to distract the sheriff? Daphne?
I think that'd be the best option. Yeah.
Okay.
Scoob.
What would you like to do to distract the sheriff?
Ask annoying questions about what happened in the house.
Okay, so you push past the police tape and go, sheriff, sheriff, and
yeah.
And he'd walk up to you with his head of, hey, lady, look, you got to stay behind the tape. It's a crime scene. And
I'll just reply, yeah, she invited us over here, so we'd like to know what's happened and what's going on. And is there anything we can do to help?
And this is when Velma is going to sneak into the house, yeah? Go ahead and roll just roll a hide check in a way, just to kind of stay unseen.
Well, what are you guys using, that dice stream or whatever?
It's up to you. If you want to roll real dice, you can too. Well, you haven't rolled a die yet?
No.
Wow. I do tend to run my games pretty low on the dice. So.
What am I rolling?
D20 and add your hide skill.
That's a 20.
Okay. Yep, no problem. You get into the house, no problem. You get in there, and you see the body right away in the living room, like laid out on the floor. You can see where the remnants of the rope are hanging up, and she's obviously been cut down. The rope is still around her neck. You can see a chair knocked over on the floor, kind of underneath, the area where the rope is hanging from. She's quite dead.
I guess I'll look around the room, see if there's any, signs of foul play.
Roll a search check.
Another 20.
Another 20?
Oh, wow.
Hold on. No.
Okay.
That was a question.
Are you frozen? You there?
Sorry.
It should be listed as search.
Search, yeah, it's about.
No, I don't have anything in search, so I guess it's 6.
Okay, straight up 6. Yeah, you don't find anything around the house that looks unusual. You do find the room where you figure it must be Renee's room, because it's got, stuffed toys and stuff in there, and it's a kid's room. Yeah. You don't really find anything suspicious, though. I'll give you a moment of inspiration where you have a thought to maybe check the body.
That was going to be my next check.
Go ahead and roll a spot check this time. Oh yeah, it's going to be much better.
22.
22, yeah. So first thing you notice is she's got a bunch of scratch marks by her neck above the rope where the rope was tied, and you can see the damage where she basically was asphyxiated from the rope, from hanging. Her neck's not broken. It wasn't like a quick snap or anything of that sort. It was a slow hanging, suffocation, asphyxiation death. Looking at the scratch marks around her neck, you decide to check her nails, and you find, obviously, her own skin under her nails. Well, you don't know it's her own skin, but yeah, there's skin under her nails. And while you're looking at that, you also notice bruises around her wrists and forearms, which strikes you as odd, because why would her arms be bruised?
Jinx.
Jinkies indeed.
Jinkies.
It's pretty grim, and in all your time solving mysteries, this is the first time you've actually had to deal with a dead body before. Roll a sanity check, please.
Another D20?
Yep. No, percentile. Sorry, percentiles.
Oh.
This is your first sanity check, isn't it? Yeah. What did you say your sanity was, 75?
Yeah.
What did you roll? 25? Okay.
Yep.
So you lose 1 point of sanity. Okay. Okay. That's all you find then.
Awesome. Then I'm getting the hell out of the house before someone finds me.
Yeah, you can do that, no problem, because they're doing a pretty good job. Fred's distracting the deputy, and Daphne is distracting the sheriff, and Shaggy and Scooby are keeping everybody else preoccupied with their antics. Okay.
Yeah. Rejoin the group.
Yeah. You guys get back together again. You guys see Velma kind of come back out, and you realize, okay, she's done whatever she was going to do.
Okay.
What'd you see there, Velma?
Nothing good, but I'd like to get somewhere private where we can talk. I don't want prying ears.
Sounds like a plan.
Railroad to riches.
Jinkies, guys, this is not good.
Okay.
What have you found out?
Where did you guys go for privacy?
Well, away from the group.
Get back to the van.
Okay. Back to the van? Sure. Okay.
Get back to the van.
Nice.
Okay. So, Fred, you asked her what she found, yeah?
Yeah, and so she'll tell us. Okay.
Well...
Bruises around her forearms, you say?
Yep. Bruises around her wrists and arms. Found skin under her nails. I don't know if it was hers or not, but her neck wasn't broken. She had scratch marks around where the rope was. All in all, it looked like a pretty slow, painful death.
Yeah, you can deduce pretty easily that she was struggling, trying to get the rope off of her neck.
Yes, that really is not good. It means that there's probably someone around that's trying to keep her silent and maybe make us stop looking. Maybe I reckon maybe our questioning has gotten someone's ire, and they've tried to stop us from investigating further, and maybe there's something else going on. Sure.
We need a trap. And then
I can make one.
Shaggy suddenly gets nervous and he realizes what he just said. Someone else as the bait.
Someone else is the bait.
They want. Now he's conflicted. Do I need to wear a dress again? They want girls.
How convincing can you squeal?
Me and Scooby make the best teams, right, Scooby?
Right,
Yeah.
Raggy.
We can put Scooby in a dress too, so you don't have to.
Take one for the team, right, old buddy, old pal, old friend of mine?
Ruby Rack.
Okay.
Or
so I think
two Scooby snacks? Three Scooby snacks?
Okay.
3 Scooby
Nice.
snacks.
All right, so Scooby's gonna wear a dress. Get to exercise that fantastic disguise skill.
I know
Yes.
where he saw the creature. You showed us back in the Bayou.
So are we all are we gonna be nearby so that we can spring a trap? Is that the idea?
I was hoping you would have the trap, Fred.
So we're going into the bayou. So we're going to where the disappearances have happened. Is that correct?
Well, don't know. I mean, like, the girl disappeared in theory somewhere between her home and the school, which isn't too far away. What Shaggy was just talking about was the location where the boy supposedly saw the creature.
Oh, where
Bayou,
in the marsh.
Mm-hmm.
Fred says, sure, we can go and check that out. First, though, I would really like to just scout around the area of Adele's house and just see if there are any tracks that are not moving in the same direction as all of the villages. See if there's tracks leading off into in a different direction.
No problem. You can do that if you want. Anything else you guys want to discuss? I'd say we would take another quick little 5-minute break before we go into the final act.
Yeah, I think if there's any is this a farming? Are there tools, big tools, like pitchforks or big kind of either agricultural tools or anything?
There's not a whole lot of agriculture going on out here. No, it's mostly shrimping and fishing, and there is quite a bit.
So there's fishing rods, maybe.
There's a bit of lumbering and stuff, I suppose, to some extent going on. It's not the best, but it's better than nothing.
So Fred will investigate in his downtime. He'll look around for tracks, but he'll also see if there's shrimping is done with nets, right? So so he'll see if there's any discarded old, maybe even nets with rips and stuff in them, but
Sure.
they'd be really large. So he'd be looking at ones that are small enough, like or offcuts that any of them could maybe use for traps or for throwing over someone or whatever. So he's going to be keeping his eye out for that sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be able to scrounge up some stuff for that. You'll also be able to find some like wood cutting axes and stuff like that too, if if you're that way.
Yeah, so I'm going to be out resourcing, I guess, while we have a break.
Yeah. All right. Try not to break into anybody's house while you're at it.
I feel so bad.
Cool.
Velma,
we'll resume
what's
in
with the glare in Fred's eye? I feel weird about this.
Real be roll, Ray Raggy.
Thanks, Scoob.
What do you think you're going to do, Morgan?
I think I'll just tag along with someone. Maybe if someone needs help doing something.
Shaggy will need help doing anything.
All right.
Maybe see if I can't look into that creek that Emil was talking about, where he saw the flying cigar.
Okay. So the creek. Okay. So we've got Velma. Looks into the creek. Yeah, so I have a feeling that it's these massive creatures lifting up a cylinder and then throwing it. But who knows? I could be totally wrong.
Maybe it's a drone. Oh wait, they don't have drones back then.
It's the 70s. Like, I mean, they could. Technically, there is odd technology. So, Linda, do you have an idea of maybe what you would like to do as we're sort of like got a small break? I know you're not feeling very well.
I'm not sure what we could do. I mean, we've talked to a lot of people in the village, so maybe we could start checking the area itself, see if you can find tracks or something.
Find tracks. Where in the bayou itself?
Yeah, perhaps.
Sounds reasonable.
Although I was checking my skills and I have sense motive as well, I could try and see if I can get some more information out of the sheriff, see if he has something to do with the death of Adele.
I don't know whether the sheriff is the best candidate. But if you suspect the sheriff, I'd say go ahead. Like, do what your character thinks.
If he's not a possible suspect, he is most likely to know who is.
Yeah, so you're gonna sense motive, ask some leading questions of the sheriff, and see if you can glean anything.
Yeah.
Okay, I am back.
So we've just sort of chatted about the things that we're thinking of doing. Just to sort of So Daphne was interested in looking for tracks in the bayou itself, but she then realized that she's got sense motive as a skill, and she would like to ask some leading questions of the sheriff to see who else might be involved, if she can sort of sense anything from him. And Velma, I believe, wanted to look at the creek to see what this UFO might have been. I haven't asked the others yet, but
okay.
What do you guys think? Do you guys want to do? I mean, I think we established that we want to set up a trap, and that's cool. But whether there was an intermittent thing that we just do on the way or whatever.
Okay. Sounds good to me. So, Daphne, you wanted to talk to the sheriff again?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, you can question him, ask him about, I suppose, how do you want to approach him? What do you want to ask him?
I was distracting earlier, so I'll just continue with the questions I was asking them. And I'll ask things like, who found her? What was going on when he saw her? Yeah, did anyone?
It was the deputy. It was Deputy Dupuis that found her. He was checking in on her, you see, because they've been concerned about her well-being since her daughter went missing. Poor thing. It just seems, she couldn't take the grief.
And when he found her, he went straight to you to tell you what happened?
Oh yeah, he called me from her phone, and I drove down straight away.
Can I do a sense motive check to see if he's telling the truth or something?
That's an excellent idea.
That would be...
He says, it's a funny thing. He says, while I was on call down to Madame Marceau's house, somebody broke into my office.
Really?
Stole my favorite gun.
Could it be the same person who killed Adele?
What do you mean, killed Adele? She killed herself. What did you get on your roll, by the way?
24.
Nice.
Yeah, he's hiding something. He's not being straight.
Very good.
You see him wipe a little bit of sweat from his brow when you say, could it be the same person that killed Adele? He says, what do you mean somebody killed her? She killed herself.
Oh, you can't ever be sure. I mean, all the things we've been hearing here in this town, all those crazy swamp people.
Why would anybody want to kill Adele?
Be.
She was a little bit crazy, but she wasn't dangerous to anybody.
Not even to herself, so...
Yes! Nice!
Well, obviously she was dangerous to herself, but we didn't think she would go to this length.
Yeah, so don't you think it's fishy? There's something going on. I mean, as a sheriff, you should know what would be going on.
Well, listen, this is a small, simple town full of simple folk. We don't need you city kids coming in here and stirring up trouble.
Well, we didn't want to stir up trouble, but this lady invited us here, and now she's dead. Don't you think that's strange?
It is strange, and you know what else is strange is that the person that invited you to town is no longer here, and yet you still are, Miss Daphne. I think I've had enough of this conversation. I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
All right, I know when I have to go. So I just leave.
He slams the door shut and locks it behind you.
Nicely done.
And you can't see this, but he himself goes over and pulls a bottle of whiskey out of the thing and pours himself a big fat glass of it, takes a swig off the bottle, and stares off angrily into empty space.
The plot thickens.
Well done, Daphne.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah,
That was
it's
awesome.
off the sheriff.
But like, yeah, he's definitely hiding something.
Who was looking for tracks around the house? Was
What
that
did you
Fred?
ask? Sorry.
Was Fred looking for tracks around the house?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and roll for that if you like.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a search check. What was Velma going to do? Or Shaggy or Scooby, were they doing anything else or no?
I don't know. I didn't get to ask them before you came back, so maybe hand it over to them and see if they want to do anything.
No problem. Is there anything else you guys want to be looking into? Shaggy?
Reggie?
I think Fred wanted us to get some stuff for the trap. So we started like going into town, gathering rope from people, old scraps of metal and things. That we got this huge list of rolling that Fred told us to get.
Fishing nets.
Just random things. Doesn't make any sense. Awesome.
Scoob, what's a Phillips screwdriver?
A river screwdriver? Raggy.
Is that some kind of drink, Scoob?
Remember.
I don't know why he wants alcohol for a trap, Scoob.
Maybe rewriting the Rob Brown.
I don't know. Do you want to get it for me, Scoob?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about Velma?
I am checking out the creek that Emil said he saw the silver cigar at.
Oh, you're gonna go wandering off into the bayou a bit.
How far is it before she goes wandering off?
Yeah. How far is
It's a good couple of miles.
Ooh.
that? Maybe.
I know you're brave, but maybe a couple of us at least are.
Maybe we should go in as a group.
Maybe I need to bring my giant dictionary with me. That's my choice of weapon.
And some swamp wader boots.
Put on a school dress.
Yeah. Velma's gonna go goth.
Ooh, nice.
Swamp goth.
Okay.
Scoob, what kind of dress you want, Scoob?
Actually, what you could do if you want is try to get some swamp gear together so you guys can all go together out there.
That
You know,
sounds
like
a good idea.
what Linda said about some long-legged wader boots and
Cool, yeah. We would be interested in that.
Mutters.
some bug spray or something to try to keep the skaters off.
Definitely.
Okay.
Need bug spray.
I have wealth as a feat, so I think it might be possible to get those without stealing them.
Yeah, absolutely. You got plenty of money.
Yep.
So, Daphne, let's go shopping.
Let's go shopping.
I don't think those boots are very stylish.
Do I have anything in purple? No?
I'm sure they can come in purple. We can spray paint them purple for you.
Daphne still ends up in somehow with a all-weather coat with white fur on it or something. Looks like an advertisement for North Face or something.
And she calls up Daddy. Daddy, I need my winter swamp gear.
No mobile
Mama's
phones, right?
trying.
1970, so.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Jesus, 1970. Were credit cards really very popular then? Even yet, I don't even think they were.
I don't think so.
I think it was mostly cash and checkbooks, maybe. So.
Checkbooks.
Mm-hmm. All right. So the girls get the gear. The the stoners get the trap equipment. You guys all can meet back together. Daphne, you can share your information from the sheriff. Tell him, I'll let you tell him in character if you'd like. Just tell him what you think.
I tell the rest of the guys that I think the sheriff can't be trusted and he's definitely hiding something. And it was his deputy who found Adele. And he said he went there straight away after his deputy called him. But there's something going on. But I don't know what exactly.
Okay. What's the next step?
There definitely is.
I think so. We pretty much got. So I kind of have a question before we actually decide. So the creek, is that in the same direction as? So I'm just like looking at. So we've got the creek was the UFO, and then what else was there? The other disappearances were nearer to the town.
It's all.
Was there anything else in the bayou itself?
Just where the boy encountered the monster when he was hunting.
Right, so
It was not terribly far away from where the other boy supposedly saw the UFO.
Okay, so we're going in basically that direction.
Yep, everything points in that direction.
Okay, so I think that yes, we should just head for that creek. Carrying obviously with our swamp gear on. So is Scoob actually wearing a dress? Is this happening, or are we just like joking about that?
Yeah, you can use Scooby-Doo as the bait.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we'll be distant from him, but close enough that we can see
Nice
and hear.
Curly blonde twig with Daisy Dukes.
Scooby-Doo, give me.
You'll see him on his hind legs, just walking very slowly, his dress on, and he will roll a 24 for disguise.
Nice.
Oh wow.
So yeah, he just looks like a little lady.
Nice.
Maybe not a very attractive lady, but a little lady. Actually, I take it back. He's a big lady. Because he's like, we determined he's about 6 feet tall and 200 pounds, so.
Barrel chested.
You look just like the other ladies in town, Scoob. They'll never know.
Correct, Raggy.
Louisiana Charm, Scoob. That's gonna be your new nickname.
This is classic. If I ever run another Scooby-Doo Cthulhu game, you guys are definitely in it.
I just wish I had the voice. I'm ashamed because I'm
Daphne,
usually really
what do
good
you
at
think?
voices.
I think you're doing a fine job, actually.
Daphne, is it stylish enough? I don't know.
Yeah, he looks
I think
pretty
it's
good
pretty
for.
good. It's a very good disguise.
Yeah,
It's a very good disguise. Daphne's not going to be getting jealous anytime soon, but yeah.
dress might be a bit outdated, but it's good enough.
As long as it's not one of Daphne's
No.
dresses.
What needs to happen is the dress doesn't go with the shoes, something like that.
I don't think Scooby ever wore shoes on his disguises.
No.
Nope. Wear dresses, wigs, and necklaces.
Yeah, and hats.
Yes, and hats.
Those
And long trench coats.
Okay, so
Shaggy.
Scooby rolled great on Scooby's disguise.
Of course.
So you guys follow him out a while. You're going to go out to the area where the creek was. Creek, sorry. We call them cricks where I grew up. But the creek. And, Scooby just kind of wanders off alone, looking like a lost girl out in the bayou for a while. Scooby, give me a spot check. In fact, everybody give me a spot check. I'll just lower the difficulty for Scooby.
No, not one. Oh, so I got a 10, but yeah, not one.
Yeah, my rolls are pretty bad today for whatever reason.
Yeah, Dice Stream hates you, Matt.
It really does.
22.
I knew it was coming.
An 11.
What about Daphne?
20.
Okay, so Shaggy and Daphne both pick up on it. That smell's coming back. It's a really nasty smell. Really foul, like dirty, shitty smell.
What is that smell? It's the most horrible thing I've ever smelled.
Scooby, give me a listen check.
Of course. Oh my god.
So she says about the smell.
Maybe.
12.
Fred and Velma will pick up on it after she points it out. You got
I
a
think
12?
maybe Shaggy found it.
Yeah.
Hey, Fred, where's this fishnet supposed to go?
So we think that something's we pick up on a smell. All right, so yeah, how are the trees around here?
It's pretty thick. I mean, they're relatively close together. There's a lot of trees around. And it's not like thick to where you have a hard time walking through or anything of that sort. But
is it are there like really long branches? Like is it like willows where I could like pull like
there are some very long branches, yes, indeed.
Pull some branches down and like rig a net to sort of like fling.
Absolutely, it sounds like a fantastic plan.
Yeah, that's definitely what he's gonna do.
So are you guys in like a stationary position and not just wandering around?
Oh well, when the smell, like when we notice that there's a smell,
okay,
I think that we probably want to rig a
Scooby,
trap.
Scooby is up ahead of you guys and hasn't noticed. And Scooby, you rolled a 12 on your listen check, so all you hear is the gang talking back behind you. They're not doing a very good job of being very sneaky at the moment.
All right.
I have a feeling that rigging a trap might not be the best plan if he's just walking on ahead.
You might want to stop him. You got some kind of a signal in mind or something, maybe, to get him to stop?
I do have something in mind.
What's that?
But whether he's going to notice or not. I reckon I would have in reserve his favorite food.
What's your favorite food?
Ramburger?
What is it?
A Ramburger?
There you go. Yep.
I kept a piece of the Ramburger from the other from the and I pull it out.
Put a couple of Scooby snacks on it. Velma still got some.
So he's gonna probably have to perceive that above the stench.
Give me a spot check there, Scooby.
Awesome. 11.
It's enough to smell the hamburger. It's your favorite food. You smell Scooby snack hamburger.
I smell the Scooby snack hamburger, and I just kind of start running towards it.
Awesome. So, leaving it there, I gesture to I gesture to the others to like hide in the shrubberies, see if we can lure something out as she's like she being Scooby has stopped. And yeah, try and pull back some branches and rig a bit of a net over them and just hold them ready just in case.
I need Velma and Daphne, please, to roll hide checks. No, you're okay, Shaggy. Don't worry.
I'm gonna roll craft trap.
I rolled 20, so that's 27.
20 for me.
Okay.
And I got an unnatural 20 to rig my net.
Okay. Sorry, not Scooby. Shaggy, roll a spot check.
$15.
Oh yeah. So as Fred's getting his trap set up, and you might be helping him maybe a little bit, I imagine, since you've got all the gear, and the girls are hidden really well. And Scooby-Doo sitting down there chowing down his, well, he's probably actually licking his lips because it's probably going to take him too long to chow down that Scooby snack hamburger.
Not at all.
Shaggy, you see a dark shadow moving amongst the trees towards Scooby-Doo quickly.
Come on, buddy.
A pretty big shadow at that.
Hey, Fred. Hey, Fred.
Yeah. So you're pointing in the direction where the shadow is?
They're coming this way, Fred. Get ready.
Just another second. Just another second.
We don't have seconds, buddy.
So I'm waiting for the opportune moment to release the trap.
Okay. How close are you going to let it get to Scooby-Doo before you release the trap, out of curiosity?
Oh. So he's kind of in the open, I'm guessing, like...
Yeah.
Like...
So...
30 feet or something.
Okay.
I don't want it to get, like, within 10.
Okay.
Because otherwise I could end up getting Scooby in the trap too.
So it's coming pretty quick. You see it coming. What would this be? Let me get a ranged attack roll from you, Fred.
Okay.
Don't worry about a non-proficiency bonus or anything. Just roll.
It's a 14 on the dice.
Okay. Do you have any modifiers for your ranged attack?
For Dex, I have a +1 on my Dex.
Okay,
so
and plus
15.
2 for your base, so plus 3 total. So you got a 17. Yeah. Okay. You release the trap. The net. You guys hear the quick rush as the branches move. The net is hurled and lands right on top of this thing. And
awesome.
It stops it kind of in its place, and it kind of goes down under the net. And you just see this huge black, hairy thing. Scooby, you of course saw it as well. You all saw it. You all heard it. Made a big noise as the trap went off. By the way, just so you know, Morgan, because your screen's starting to get a little crowded, there should be a button on your dice stream called Clear. You can clear those dice away if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, there you go. So I'd like everybody to roll initiative, please.
Oh my gosh.
5.
3.
I heard a 3 for Scooby. Was that a 5 for Shaggy?
Yep.
Wow.
Retro Raggy.
We got her, Scoop.
I got an 8.
Row.
Fred has a 14.
Well, somebody got over 10. What did Daphne get? You're muted, Linda, too, just so you know.
Right. My browser keeps bookmarking instead of unmuting.
Okay. What did you get for your initiative?
I rolled a 1 plus 2, so that's 3.
Yikes, okay. I'll put you here just behind Scooby. You're at the bottom of the roll. Okay, so Fred, what do you want to do? The net has landed on this thing.
All right, I want to go in all guns blazing, so to speak, but not with my gun at this point.
You mean the
it's
sheriff's
a
gun?
big. I don't know whether I want to shoot it. I think I do. I think I want to aim for its legs to try to cripple it.
Okay.
Because
So
it's like it's really big, right?
Yeah, it's really big.
I don't think.
It's
I think
not
that
quite the 10 feet tall that the boy described. It looks like it's probably about 8 feet tall.
Yeah,
But still probably at least 500 pounds or so.
Yeah, Fred's nowhere near his size, so he
How
doesn't
close do you
think,
want to get to it before
attacking. I reckon he wants to be reasonably close, not in melee, obviously, but he wants to be like the primary target. I think like he doesn't want it to attack any of his friends, so I think he wants to maybe get within 10. Can he get within 10 feet on a movement? I don't know how far I was away.
Yeah, sure you can. So you set yourself up within that range.
Okay, so I get within 10 feet, and I take out this revolver that you actually said was loaded.
It is indeed.
And I make a single attack with it, I guess.
So going to need. You're at a -1 for your attack because you have a +3 for your range attack, but -4 because you're not proficient in revolvers,
correct,
etc.
So I got a 15 on the dice.
Okay. So it's a 14 total. You shoot at it. Looks like the bullet hit it, but you don't see any blood or anything coming out. Doesn't seem to have really done anything to it.
Okay, so that I'm assuming will be my turn.
Yeah, is it? Did you just get one shot? Actually, it's been a long time since I had any kind of firearms attacks. Yeah, you do. You get one shot. Boom. Okay, you shoot it. Then next is the monster. It rises up, well, attempts to rise up under the net. What is that? Okay, it attempts to rise up under the net and it collapses again. And you can just kind of see it is humanoid in shape. It's, like I said, it's about 8 feet tall, probably 500 pounds under there. It's big, hairy, smells of shit. The eyes are no longer glowing red, but they're just like a deep black, and it looks at you with this kind of almost human-like face. It's really disturbing. I would like you to make a sanity check, in fact. In fact, everybody can make a sanity check because you're all seeing this thing now.
48.
That's over your sanity, right?
Yes, indeed.
Fred loses 3 sanity points.
I made it. I got a 20.
Okay, you don't lose any sanity. Velma doesn't lose any sanity. Scooby and Daphne.
I got an 18.
Scooby doesn't lose any sanity.
I got 91.
Oh! Daphne loses 3 sanity points. None of you guys have hit that magic number we talked about earlier, have you?
Nope.
Okay,
Nope.
good. Okay. So the creature is still stuck under the net. Velma, it's your turn.
I don't have a weapon, so...
You've got your giant dictionary.
Yeah, my guy.
Yes, you do.
That's an improvised bludgeoning weapon.
Trying to hit it over the head.
Are you really? I'm not saying it. You should do that. I'm just saying. Yeah. I was making a joke. It's up to you. What do you?
Maybe I can knock it out.
Okay, go ahead. Roll. Roll to hit. You run up to it.
Yep.
She is very brave.
It really is. Braver than me.
Shit. It's a 10.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you whack it, and it doesn't seem to phase it. You hit it as hard as you can. In fact, you feel the binding break on your dictionary. And it didn't seem to phase it. Shaggy.
Scooby, okay?
Yeah, Scooby's there, still like 30 feet away from it, looking kind of shocked. Hasn't got the act yet, is all.
Shaggy's gonna look for quicksand or a deeper part in the marsh.
Okay.
Reroll,
Roll
Raggy.
search check.
Search check.
Mm-hmm. While Shaggy's looking for a deep part of the swamp,
All right.
unsuccessfully. Scooby, what are you doing? This is all taking place about 30 feet away from you, as you said.
One quick moment. Alright, I'm just gonna go right by Shaggy and do the exact same. Just accompany him. Do a spot check. 14.
Are you looking for the same thing he's looking for?
Yeah.
Okay, it'd be a search check then. But yeah,
Oh, okay.
same score is it? I don't know what your search bonus is compared to your spot.
Yep,
It's one less, isn't it? So it's
sure
30.
is.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can find a deeper part in the marsh. Yeah. How deep are you looking for anyway? Scooby comes up and helps you out there, Shaggy.
I think this would be big enough to sink something that big into. What do you think, Scoob?
I think we didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Right into your right, Raggy.
There you go.
All right, Scoob.
Daphne, it'll be your turn.
Daphne knows karate, so I think she just pretends the monster is the sheriff and punches him.
Okay, she runs up and punches the monster. Roll to hit. You got martial arts, yeah?
Yeah. That's a 1.
Jeez, Daphne's she's a badass.
What did you roll?
I don't think 1 is enough to hit him.
Did you roll a 1?
I rolled 2 and have -1 on strength.
Gotcha, yeah, okay. Yeah, you slip in the mud and miss. Splash mud up over your waders, and some of it gets down into your boot, and you're like, oh. Now you got wet stockings. And it's back to Fred.
Okay, so Fred seeing her slipping around in the mud sort of says, "Let me show you how it's done." Holsters the gun, and because it's now too risky to try and fire into that, and he runs in, and he's skilled in boxing. He's actually going to name this opponent as his dodge target as well.
Okay.
And he's going to like just run up, and he sees Shaggy and Scooby like pointing down like into the marsh nearby. And so what he's going to do, he's going to run up and go on the opposite side of the creature and try to like start to push it. Like it's still entangled, so he's going to try to like push it towards where they're like pointing into the swamp.
Okay, go ahead and give me an attack roll while you're at it.
Yeah. Oh yes, that is
Nice.
natural 20.
Yeah, you run up, you grapple it, and I'm not even going to have it roll. I'm going to say you managed to move it 10 feet in the direction. You need to move it a total of 40 feet to get it in there.
So 10 feet. Okay, do I do any damage, or are you calling this just a grapple push?
This is a grapple
push.
push.
Do have martial arts, but yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's a grapple push, really.
Okay, that's fine. So that's what he does, and because he's now pushed...
Go ahead and roll some damage while you're at it.
It's only a d4.
Yeah, well, might as well start. D4 plus strength.
Oh! Ow, my strength is 2, so it's 6. I got max.
That's cool. I'll keep track of that.
So, yeah, he pushes it, and he's sort of like, just like, he's a boxer, right? So he's just like punching right into its abdomen where your center of balance is, right?
Okay.
And so yeah, because he's pushing like his strength into there, he just like beats it 4 times, and that takes it the 10 feet that you mentioned.
Oh, I rolled really poorly again. It tries to get out of the net, and it just can't. It can't. It is dumbfounded by this damn fishing net.
Awesome trap! Yes!
Velma, it's your turn. You see Fred's Muhammad Ali in this thing, and Shaggy
I'm gonna help him.
over there with the water. You gonna hit it with the dictionary again?
I'm gonna help Fred push him into the water.
Roll to hit.
It's not bad.
12.
A 12?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you run up and trying to push it with the book and all that. It just kind of like, it can't get out of the net still, but it just kind of pushes you away with its body a bit, and you're unable to move it. Shaggy.
Let's do what we do best, Scoob.
Okay, Raggy.
Gonna make a sandwich?
No, he takes some of the stuff like from the gunk of the swamp, and he's covering himself and Scooby with it.
Oh, hiding, yeah.
Quick, let me hop on, Scoob.
Okay.
And so he tries to get on Scooby's shoulders, and this is either a bluff check or a disguise check, one of the two, to try to scare the monster into thinking it's us. Us is one of him, and we're trying to lure him into the water.
Think I can make that disguise check?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sweet.
And Shaggy can make a bluff check or disguise, whichever.
That is a 20.
That is a 10, because I rolled really well.
Yep, so you're like, woohoo, monster! Nice, I'll do that for you.
Kicking my face, Scoob!
Daphne.
I'll just retry what I just did.
So again, you try to do the same thing you did last time?
Yep.
Okay. She's all up there karate kicking and punching and...
Yeah, except I rolled 4 this time.
Yeah, it's still just not getting through to it. Just can't pull it up. She's really awkward, and she's not wearing her normal karate gi, so...
I complain about the swamp wader boots.
Yeah, for real. Fred, you want to try to grapple with this thing some more? You've got it grappled pretty much at the moment, so...
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna keep... I guess I'll keep rolling strength checks to keep pushing it.
Okay.
Oh, 17 plus 2 is 19.
This time it doesn't budge.
Okay, so when it doesn't budge, right, what I do is like so what this looks like is like I'm wrestling with it, doesn't seem to be doing anything, and I look over to Velma and I grab my gun and like trying to like I press one hand into the creature and with my other hand like on into its chest, and with my other hand I'm holding out the gun, holding the shooty side towards me, so that she doesn't shoot herself when she grabs it. But yeah, I'm holding it out for her to take.
So if she accidentally shoots anybody, she'll accidentally shoot you. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Let's hope that.
Hilt first. What do you mean?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Safe for you, not so safe for me.
Wow, this fucking dice.
He's ever the gentleman. Come on.
He's moving the net, but still not able to get out of it. He's got his arms a little bit more. He's got himself a little bit more arm space, but he's still stuck in the net. And he's pissed. Awesome. He's grunting. He's growling. You can actually feel like the reverberations now in your chest from him growling. The smell is getting worse and worse and worse. In fact, you're just kind of surprised that there's not like just diarrhea flying out of him. It smells so bad.
Yeah.
But it must be some kind of a self-defense mechanism or something, you figure.
Yeah.
And it's back to Velma again.
Take the gun.
Take the gun. But I don't know if I'm shoot it like.
I'm sure you could. Like, it's a big creature. It's bigger than any of us.
Shoot it in the arm.
Like, I'm grappling with it, but
Yeah,
maybe shoot it in the back.
Just roll to attack to try to shoot it. So what's your range attack? What's your dex modifier?
+1.
Okay, +1, +2, so that's +3, but you're not efficient. So, you're a -1 total.
My range is +3. My dex is +1, so +4.
Oh, no, your range is +3 because it's a combination of your +1 dex and your +2 proficiency bonus, so yeah, that's fine. What did you
I'm
roll?
not shooting anything.
You rolled a 2. Oh, you almost shot Fred. You almost shot Fred, but you didn't. Yeah, so you hand the gun over to her, Fred. He takes it from you and it goes off, and the water splashes right by your leg.
Like didn't you tell me you trained in that? Like, you're a better shot than me. That's all I know. Come on, you can do better than that.
Shaggy and Scooby. You're still trying to lure the monster?
Can I try to do the bluff again?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll it. I'll let you both roll again.
Alright. That is a 21.
Nice.
And what did you get on the bluff, Shaggy?
8.
Okay, you guys are confusing it. It looks at you, but then it looks back at Fred and Velma and Daphne, who are all attacking it. Yeah, it is a 6-shooter.
Okay, so there's 4 more bullets in it, and then I've got a pocket full, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Daphne.
Still not going well. I've rolled a 3 again.
Oh, wow.
She's just really struggling. Her boots getting stuck in the mud, and yeah, she's not having a good time. And she's getting mud splashed all over her from the struggle with this creature. She's not happy. She's not having a good time. Fred.
Okay. Well, continue on with the plan. I'm just gonna like shoulder into the creature, just like trying to push it with my with my weight, I'm just like punching in, and I'm gonna make my check.
Just watch. I rolled really good on my grapple check.
So it's a 16 for me.
Yeah, you can't budge it. It's too heavy. It's resisting, and it's able to maintain its footing. Now it's its turn to try to get out of the net again, and I'll probably roll really crappy again. No, maybe not. What is that? It's a 16 plus...
Wow, that'll probably...
16 plus 6, 22. Yep. So then, as you try to push it again, it doesn't move, and it just takes its hands and does this kind of thing where it puts its hands like this in front of it and reaches straight up and out like this, and it rips the net right off of itself, and it's free. And it looks at you, and it roars horribly, and like your hair is blown back, and the breath is extremely foul. And its arms are out. I mean, its arms are probably, let's see, it's about 8 feet tall. Its arms are nearly freaking 5 feet long each. And, yeah, it is now Velma's turn.
I'm gonna shoot.
Okay.
Don't roll a 1. Don't roll a 1.
Don't jinx me. Jinkies. That's better.
Not bad.
That's...
An 11. Yeah.
No.
If you're not proficient with it.
I have a +0.
Okay. 12. So, yeah. You shoot it. The bullet hits for sure. You hear the sound of the bullet pierce the flesh and hit bone. And then, like, a second later, the bullet just kind of pops back out of the wound and falls into the water with a splash.
Oh my god.
And that makes it Shaggy's turn. Shaggy and Scooby. Are you guys still trying to lure it in your direction?
Yep, we're getting it. We're going closer and trying to make as many grunting noises. So we're both doing bluff this time, I guess.
Okay.
Holy shit, 20.
23.
Oh, wow.
Yes! Finally!
I rolled it on his sense motive. You have his full attention. Daphne?
I rolled 9. -1 is 8.
Okay. You again try to attack it and miss. Poor Daphne. Combat is not her thing.
Nope.
It's like you're beating it with your purse, and it's just not working.
Fred?
Should have taken those bricks out first.
So its attention is now turned
It's starting
to...
to move towards Scooby and Shaggy, yes.
Has it taken a step in that direction?
It's taken, say, a step. It's starting to move in that direction, yes.
So I want to, like... I mean, that's not much velocity, but I want to, like, use its motion to push it even further. So,
Okay.
although I should probably just be doing damage to it. I mean, but being the strong one, yeah, like, go with the plan. Rig the trap. We need it in the water. So, did it throw the net?
No, it just basically ripped the net off and let the net drop down around it into the water.
In 2 pieces?
Pretty much. It's ripped up pretty bad. It's still probably not entirely in 2 pieces, but...
Alright, so yeah, I think...
In fact, I mean, I suppose there's probably still a circle of net around it.
And how far have we gotten it? Only 10 feet still?
Yeah, it's about 30 feet away from where the deep water is that they're trying to lure it towards.
30 feet is a long way. Yeah, okay. So I will say to the others that are in melee with it, engaged with it. Let its attention is turned to Shaggy and Scooby. Let's go to them. Let's let it come to them. And I move in that direction. So I have mobility, but I don't know how much that does. So will it get an attack of opportunity? I want it to take the attack of opportunity against me if no one, like, instead of everyone else, if it's going to make an attack.
Mobility. What does mobility do? I'm looking it up right now. Here we go. Mobility. There's still a dodging fast part, so you don't have to stop moving when you move adjacent to an opponent. Also, when adjacent to an opponent, you can move normally. So yeah, you can move normally, and you won't draw an attack of opportunity. So.
But the others are going to be moving. They probably don't have that. So I'm going to try and make it attack me.
The monster has been moving after you in initiative. I know that's kind of metagaming, but just to let you know.
Okay. I just don't want to attack the others. Okay, look, I'll just move away and then go to where the others are. And as I go, I'm just gonna be like, I'm just gonna grab whatever net I can just grab as I move in the direction that I can get.
And what do you want to do about the deep water?
What do I want to do about it? Like,
are you guys on the other side of the deep water from it? I presume, Chepe?
I probably would move.
Just because of the TV, sorry.
Yeah, I probably would move to the edge of the water. And like turn to face the creature and like its attention is on them. If they're on the far side, I'm on the close side, and I'll just be ready to like try and trip it and throw it in or something.
Okay, that's fine. Cool. So the monster's turn. He goes full speed in that direction. I'll just roll a quick chance for him to notice. Nope. He goes running towards you guys. Fred kind of does his trip thing, and the monster goes sprawling right into the water and disappears under the surface of the water.
Oh, that was easy. Nice.
And it's now Velma's turn.
Move over to where Shaggy and Scooby are, like move closer. I guess take another shot.
Into the water where
it's under the water.
Yeah.
Still try.
Still try, yeah. Why not?
Gun goes off. Boosh!
Ooh, look at that.
Oh, wow.
Yep, big splash of water. It's pretty murky, so you can't see underneath. You're not sure. You don't even see the monster there, actually, strange enough. It's like it went really deep under or something. Shaggy, Scooby, you guys are now functioning as a unit.
Okay. Well,
I believe at this time, actually, never mind.
Go ahead.
I'm almost thinking we should charge this thing on top of each other together. Maybe hit it into the water.
Just
it's already in the water.
Yeah, it's under the water. You can't even see it now.
Okay.
So, Scoob.
Raggy.
We could try to throw the trap into the water. Or we could make a run for it, buddy. Which one, buddy?
Well, which one? Rats, ruby rats.
It depends on if we live, buddy.
Let's roll the rap.
Roll the rap in.
Roll the rap in.
All right, buddy. Start gathering up, and we run as quickly as possible. Actually, knock him off my shoulders. You see, like sludge, like slime sludge into the water. Just wet dog.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy, let's go. Start grabbing stuff, like all the metal scraps that were piled on my arms before. We're just now chugging in a line into the water.
Okay. You guys start chugging that stuff up into the water.
We're trying to throw it at him, see if we can sink him.
Daphne.
So everyone's disengaging the monster right now?
Well, yeah, they're just kind of like,
Yeah.
really, it's gone under the water right there in the deep spot right in front of where they are. They're throwing nets and metal and stuff on top of it to try to weight it down into the water. Velma standing over it, firing a revolver into the water.
Look around to see if there's large branches or something
Yeah, definitely. Lots of branches.
to throw over it.
Okay, so you just start throwing branches on top of it. You guys just chucking things on top of the thing. Fred?
Is there a hold action in this iteration?
Sure. What do you want to do? What action you hold?
Well, I wanna just wait till the creature's turn, and if it emerges, I wanna take an attack at it.
Okay. No problem. So then it's the monster's turn. Let me get spot checks from everybody.
It's going to be a 13 for Scooby.
17 for me.
Scooby
I got
does
a
it, Shaggy
10.
does.
Now I
No,
roll good again.
Fred doesn't see it. What did you get, Daphne?
23.
23. Daphne, you almost feel it preternaturally before it even happens. But there's like a disturbance in the air behind you.
I got a
Turn
12.
around and see, yeah. And the only other person who sees this is Shaggy. But you turn and see what would have been behind you, but now it's in front of you because you've turned around. There's like this flash of light. And there's this high-pitched, like, ringing sound. And all of a sudden, the monster just appears right there before you.
What? I call it a warning to the others as soon as I feel it.
It attacks you with its claws. First hit is a 27.
Oh.
The second one is a 21.
Ouch.
Wow.
Those both hit for 2d8 plus 12, or 1d8 plus 6 each. 22 points of damage, Daphne. It was specifically it was 10 and 12.
I have only 17 hit points.
Okay, so it knocks you
Oh.
unconscious. It like does this extra dimensional teleportation thing right behind her, racks her with one claw, which staggers her. The second claw hits her, and like it clumps her upside the head and knocks her unconscious. And it just scoops her up and throws her over its shoulder in the process. And it is Velma's turn.
So
Velma,
I guess I'm
well,
not
you guys
getting
all
my
heard her.
action.
Oh yeah, you do get your action. Sorry, Fred. Go ahead.
Sorry. I know I was looking at the water, but I hear that thing like
She screamed out a warning when it appeared. So
yeah. So I'm just gonna like run up to it and so it's got her over its shoulder.
Over her shoulder, holding her with one arm. Yeah.
So you like that? So I want to like throw all my weight, like punch with all of my weight against that limb, trying to like push it further than it should go, like trying to make it let go so that she flies over the top of the shoulder.
Okay. Let's see. Go for it.
Rather than be able to be carried off. So so that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. Roll attack roll. This would be kind of a grapple action, I'm going to say. But yeah, go for an attack roll first.
It's a 13.
A 13 is not going to hit. Wait a minute. No, a 12 would hit it, actually, in fact. So, yeah, it's a 12 armor class without its natural armor. So, yeah, that does hit the arm. So now it's an opposed grapple check to see if you can get it to drop her. I got 20. A 23.
Oh, hang on. So a grapple is, what do I add as the bonus? Just my strength?
Yeah, I think it is your strength.
Yeah.
So with a 23, I can't actually get to a 23.
Okay. Yeah. You try to move the arm, but the arm is just staying stationary, and it's looking at you, and this thing is ripped. It's powerful. You grab its arm, and you're trying to push the arm to overextend it, and it's just like it's like a 3-year-old kid trying to push over a bodybuilder, you know?
Okay. Well, I can't say I didn't try.
Velma.
I think I got 1 or 2 shots left in that revolver.
Yeah.
Kind of risky.
We've got to make it let it go. Man.
Aim for...
Jesus Christ, Chepe. Chepe's typing in the chat box. Anybody who's watching this that could kill Daphne before she gets taken. Well, unfortunately, the way it's holding her ass is to you. You can't see her face.
Well, that's not better.
She got a skirt on? Oh, no. Anyway.
No, she's wearing waders and...
That's true.
I am going to aim for this thing's dick. I'm just gonna
Okay.
Rick.
Scooby!
Wow.
That is...
You're not gonna hit me!
Roll the hit.
You pick up my friend, I aim for your dick!
Yeah, I'll have a roll to pull this off. Go for it.
He's being a full 20.
Oh, no!
Oh!
Gonna kill someone, it's not gonna be Daphne.
2d8 damage. And let me see here. How do I want to determine? Okay. You know, I'll be nice. I'm just going to say it hits Fred. I was going to say there's a 50-50 chance of Fred or Daphne. But if you hit Daphne...
50-50 chance of Daphne or Fred.
Daphne's already at -5. Okay, you think I should do...
If you hit me, hit my ass.
Daphne's probably going to die. She's 5 hit points away from death. Okay, we'll roll it. If it's 0 to 49, it hits Fred. If it's 50 to 99, it hits Daphne. Go ahead and roll a percentile, Morgan.
Hit me, please.
Oh.
It hits Daphne. Now, roll 2d8 damage.
Uh-oh.
It might not kill her. Or it might. Oh, she's at -14. You blow her leg off. Right? Not completely, but nearly blow her leg off.
Daphne!
It's a main artery. You know that artery on the inner thigh? Blood is spraying everywhere. Fred's covered in Daphne's blood. I need
no!
Except for Daphne, to roll sanity checks, please.
I failed.
Wow, this is where everything gets really shitty.
I failed.
Failed. Scooby and Velma.
You're only a few points away from under 20%, aren't you, Fred?
Yeah.
Sanity.
I think
I'm
people are
not
going
saying.
right now.
Mid 27.
I blame Chepe for this. He's the one that said you could shoot Daphne.
Yeah. Fuck that.
Okay, you made your saving throw, Velma. What about you, Scooby?
Let's see here. I got a 55.
What's your sanity? Your sanity's lower than that, right? So you failed. So Velma, you only lose 3 sanity points. Okay? Shaggy, Scooby, and Fred, having witnessed Velma just accidentally murder Daphne, you guys each lose 10 sanity points.
Oh no!
Fred's off the deep end.
So
I'm going
If I'm
nuts.
not wrong, wasn't my sanity 50, not 40?
your sanity was
55?
50, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, your sanity was 50 at one stage. But the thing is anytime you lose
Oh, okay. Okay.
anytime you
Gotcha.
lose
Gotcha.
sanity equal to your wisdom score
Yeah.
in a single roll, or anytime you lose sanity equal to 20% of your total sanity within an hour period, you go temporarily insane. So who is not going temporarily insane? Anybody?
Me?
I think Shaggy's actually okay. Is Shaggy okay?
Barely.
Scooby and Fred are both going temporarily insane. So let's see here. First,
What,
we'll do
I'm at
Scooby first.
71 sanity, so.
Alright, you're okay. We'll do Scooby-Doo first. So let's see here. I need a percentile and a D10. So we'll do the D10 there and the percentile. Oh, Scooby got lucky. It's going to be short turn.
Boy.
It's only going to be for 11 rounds.
Only.
And your temporary sanity effect is you faint. So Scooby faints for 11 rounds.
Poor Scoob.
You just sees all this blood coming out of her ass. It's like,
It's coming out of her leg now. Come
Pouring
on.
out of her thigh, and
You
it's
just
like,
see Scooby-Doo go white as a ghost. Just
it's like Kill
falls
Bill.
over.
Fred is. Oh my God! I rolled an odd. Fred is going to be temporarily insane for 13 rounds,
okay.
and his insanity effect is. Oh shit! Roll on long-term insanity table. Is character develops psychosomatic disorder.
Psychosomatic disorder. Awesome. I can roleplay that.
Okay, I don't even know what that means exactly, but yeah, okay.
He,
All right.
he feels
When
the
you-
diseases he thinks he has.
I've got this.
When you have a psychic illness with physical reactions.
Wow, okay, cool. Okay, so there we go. Nice round, Morgan. Shaggy, it's your turn.
Shit. Now, I know I'm never using a gun again.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Shaggy-
Velma's swearing off guns.
I gotta say, like, all the possible ways this game could go, I didn't think Velma murdering Daphne was going to be the way it would go. Although that happened in the song, didn't it, Chepe? It's like prophecy.
Shaggy is
Damn it,
bewildered. Yeah,
Shaggy is bewildered, yes.
Norval has never experienced something like this before. He's been a spoiled rich kid most of his life, and when he wasn't, he was a pothead in the back of a van. He looks over at his buddy, his dog. He's like, Scoob?
He's unconscious.
Oh, he looks at his unconscious friend. And is the monster just carrying her away? Or what's left of her and paying no attention?
No, not at the moment.
Minus one leg.
It's the monster looks confused. It's checking her, and basically, it's about to discard her into the swamp. Because
Shaggy grabs Velma because she's probably like frozen with a gun. He tackles her and he tries to hide her behind a tree.
Okay. Grab her and roll her. No, yeah, you can roll hide, yeah.
Seven plus, I think, like 4, so 11.
Okay. Next is Scooby's unconscious, Daphne's dead. Fred, psychosomatic disorder. Fred, what would you like to do, Fred?
Okay. So Fred, like, seeing the blood, like, spreading all over him, he's got blood all over his face.
Yeah. You're covered
just,
in
like,
Daphne's warm blood.
Yeah. So he just starts sweating profusely, and his breath starts to just like go really, really fast. He's like, as he's like getting all his blood all over him, and you can just and he clenches his chest, and he's just like, and then he just like throws his hands up to his head, and he just like looks up into the sky, and he's like, my head, my brain. And as he opens his mouth to speak, the blood sort of goes into his mouth, and he's still like, he can't speak properly. Oh, blood! And he just starts like throwing his limbs around like blindly at this creature, just like. So can I roll like disadvantage? I know it's not a thing, but can I like roll disadvantage to like manage to hit this guy or something?
You want to try to bring yourself to attack him, yeah?
Like like my limbs are just like flying around. That's all right. Don't even worry about it. We'll just call it that's my round. Like it like with mental disorder, like with these.
You can still try to attack it
madnesses.
as long as the madness wouldn't stop you from attacking it. Yeah, there's nothing that says
Okay.
you can't make
I'm
attacks
gonna try then.
while you're suffering from the insanity.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Of course,
try.
if you're fainted or something, yeah. I did have a character faint in a burning building one time, which was kind of messy.
So that's what I rolled.
Yeah, you hit it. So
So-
double damage, right? You get to roll your damage twice.
Roll it twice. So, and that's plus my strength. So
Fred,
it's 5 plus
brought
2.
by the death of his, well, what he was hoping to be his girlfriend one day.
7.
Yeah.
He goes up and just freaking your martial arts attack, yeah. So,
Yeah, which
Yeah,
I'm
it's okay.
proficient in.
and you've done more damage to it than it had taken from anything else combined before. Yeah, you jack it good. It's still in fine shape. Don't worry, it's not hurt that bad. But
Yeah, and I'm just like screaming and.
I know you were very concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the creature now looks at Daphne. It kind of pulls her down off of its shoulder and is holding her basically by the waistband of whatever suit she was wearing. Holds her up and looks at her and shakes her and just drops her into the water, realizing that she's dead. He tries to spot Velma, the only other woman in the area. Oh, no, or actually no. Sorry, Scooby-Doo was dressed like a woman, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. So Fred,
And he's
you can take a opportunity attack at it as it just moves straight away from you and runs over and scoops up Scooby-Doo in its arms, in an arm.
Nope, I totally miss.
Okay. So it runs over and picks up Scooby-Doo now, holding Scooby under one of its arms, and it makes it Velma's turn. Velma, Shaggy has dragged you around behind a tree and is like, "We gotta hide."
But Scooby, we gotta save Scooby and Daphne. Oh my God.
I don't think we're saving Daphne.
We gotta save Scooby.
Scoob,
We can't let them take
do you have a Scooby snack?
I have a Scooby snack.
take Scooby Snack. One last time, old buddy. One last time.
Would I be able to like roll to like spring back for a Scooby Snack? Sensing it with my dog smell.
No, you're unconscious for 10 more rounds.
Darn.
I wave the box. Scooby.
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna run over to Scooby? Scooby's in the monster's arms.
I still have my book.
You do have your book, yes.
I have my book.
I still have my book.
It's broken binding and it's wet pages and.
I'm gonna beat it with the book. I'm gonna beat it with the book.
Whack it with the book. Okay. Go ahead. Roll attack roll.
Nice.
You whack it real good. Doesn't phase it.
Let's go, Scooby.
It seems futile. Shaggy.
Shaggy's just dumbfounded.
Okay.
He doesn't know how to react to this. He just runs. One more time, old buddy. Grabs a Scooby Snack and tosses it in the air one last time, like he always used to with his friend in the van. As it falls into his mouth, as he catches it, like Scooby would, like a dog, a retriever, catching it, he throws forward, sloshing of water behind him. He doesn't even attack. He just runs straight at the creature, trying to grab its head.
Go for it. It just runs up to grab its head. Okay. Well, you can make a grapple check to try to grapple it. So roll an attack roll first to hit, because you have to hit before you can grapple. In 3rd edition D&D. Did you just roll a natural 20? Hey, that's a hit. I'm not going to make you roll to grapple. I'm just going to say you run up and you jump up, empowered by the Scooby Snack, and wrap your arm around its head, and you headlock it, and you come down and splash into the water, and you've got this thing bent over. It's still got Scooby under one arm, but you've got it in the headlock.
Tears are streaming down his face.
Yeah.
Let go of my pal!
Nicely done. Scooby's unconscious. Daphne is dead. Fred.
All right.
Sorry, Linda. Fred.
Yeah. So this is now the second round. So I
think everyone's gonna die.
I start getting a real green tinge all over my skin, starting to look really, really sick, and I start running towards this creature, and I just like my friend did, I throw myself on top of this mess of people, and as I throw myself, I just projectile vomit onto the ground, and just and I'm just lying on top, trying to pin them all down, so that nothing can move.
Roll to hit.
Okay.
Oh man.
That's a 17 for a grapple, or a 20 for an actual attack.
A 20 for an actual attack? Okay, you managed to get on top. So now, it's already grappled, so I'll just do a grapple check anyway, and I'll just give it a negative. Okay, I got a 15. See if you manage to force it down.
Okay.
Yeah, they did move away from Daphne's body. Her body's about 30 feet away, floating in the swamp water.
You should make a ghost come back or something. That'd be awesome. Start haunting this creature. Cool. Yeah. So that was me.
What did you get in your grapple check? Sorry.
Oh.
You got a 20 on your attack roll, so you hit it. I just need to see your opposed roll, see if you can force it down like you're trying.
It doesn't look like it.
I had a 15 on his.
Yeah, so he actually doesn't make any progress on that.
Okay. Well, you're standing on top of it now, trying to force it down, screaming and raging, and.
Yeah, just got sweat coming all over me, and little bits of. Yeah, let's not go there.
So let's see. This monster, he's in a headlock. He's got Scooby-Doo under one arm. He's got Fred jumping up down on his back. He's got Velma over there whacking him with a book.
A broken book.
A broken book. I'm going to say since he's grappled, he can't just do his little dimensional shift thing. So he needs to get Shaggy off of him. So what he's going to do is he's going to take Scooby from under one arm, and he's going to try to hit Shaggy with Scooby.
Buddy!
Oh, wow.
That's a 14. Sorry, no, that's an 11. Sorry. 11. What's your armor class, Shaggy?
That was 13.
He misses you. He's swinging Scooby by the legs.
Scooby!
And misses.
I'm coming for you, buddy!
And it's Velma's turn. You guys might pull this out yet.
Keep whacking. Maybe I can give him a paper cut.
Go ahead. You've got a better chance.
Paper cut.
He doesn't get his dexterity modifier. He's grappled. I was just thinking that same thing, Linda.
Nope.
Oh no, nope. You're whacking him, but
I went. Whoop. I missed.
Then after Velma, it's Shaggy again. Shaggy, you're grappling him. Do you want to try to do some damage to him while you're grappling? You want to start like poking his eyes or punching him or something? Or
Shaggy takes out the spoon that he ate yogurt with last Tuesday back in the old shopping mall. It's Scoob's favorite. I'm going to take this and I'm going to gouge out his eyes. How dare he grab my friend? He killed him.
So you've already got him grappled, so go ahead and just make an attack roll.
He's going to try to gouge out both his eyes with the spoon.
With the spoon. Nice. It's not bad. Better than what I've done.
I think that's 17. I think I had a flat attack bonus.
Nice.
Damn. Yeah, you're trying. He closes his eyes, and you're digging at the eyelids, and you just can't quite get through.
Wow.
His flesh is too hard.
17. Holy balls. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Scooby is unconscious. How many rounds is that now, Scooby? You've been unconscious for 4 rounds. 7 more rounds, you'll wake up.
Woo!
Fred.
Okay. Seeing my friend trying to take a spoon to this guy's eyes, I go, wow, that's a good idea. Can I actually like assist him in that, like, at all, or like add my or like throw my arms around his and like push them again, or something, or thumbs into the eyes.
You'd be better off just trying to do your own damage.
Okay. So in that case,
like she said, you could try to gouge his eyes out yourself. You're on his back.
Yeah. So I like my breathing is incredibly fast, just like hyperventilating, and I just like all of a sudden, and then I somersault. Or like, actually, like, have I got enough arm length to like reach over his head and just like
Sure.
pierce his face with my fingers?
Yep.
Skin my attack as that.
Absolutely. Roll your attack roll. No. Again, you just can't get through the flesh. Even the eyelids are just too strong.
Okay.
And then it's his turn again. Now he's pissed. He's just going to try to break the grapple. He drops Scooby in the water. Yeah, see the little bubbles. That's a 15. Roll an opposed grapple check there, Shaggy. D20 plus your strength modifier.
10.
A 10? Okay, so he drops Scooby in the water. He shoves Shaggy off of him. And he's now loose. He's free again. It's Velma's turn.
I am gonna go save Scooby.
Okay, you pull Scooby up out of the water. Gonna pull him off over to a more dry area.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure he doesn't
So
drown.
he doesn't drown. Yeah, exactly. Okay, very good. Then it's Shaggy's turn.
Right, there really isn't a way I could. Was the dress torn off of Scooby?
No, I'm still wearing the dress.
Okay, never mind. So he takes another spoon out of his out of nowhere as usual.
He's loaded up with cutlery.
His other favorite spoon. But this isn't the yogurt spoon. This is the soup spoon. Fine one that his nanny gave him before she passed away. And he jabs both of them at the eyes. He just goes straight for him and tries to grapple him and tries to squeeze with both fingers the thumbs and indent and skewer the eyes out of their sockets. I don't know what kind of roll you want for that.
Well, are you trying to do multiple attacks? Like,
Trying to grapple
okay.
and then damage. Get him, Shaggy.
Roll to hit first.
Okay. Nope.
No. He's got his dexterity back at his armor class now, too. He's pretty tough to pierce. Okay, you try.
I'm coming for you, buddy.
He kind of steps back, lets out a heavy exhale that like almost knocks you in your ass just from the smell of his breath. And it's back to Fred. Fred, you're now standing behind this thing again because it's now standing upright.
I will jump up, throwing my arms around his neck, and like try and like just hold and like just throw myself backwards, like
Okay.
trying to pull him back to the ground.
Sure. Roll to hit.
That is a 21.
Nice. Yeah, you jump up and grapple and grab it. So go ahead and roll a grapple roll.
That's a natural 20.
Woo! Okay. So you jump up, you wrap your arms around his neck, you jerk him back with all your weight, and he just falls right back down on top of you. You're now under the water.
I'm under the water.
You're under the water.
So what I do as
and he's
I'm
lying
as
on top
I'm,
of you.
Yeah, as I'm falling, I'll wrap my legs around his body as well as my arms.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Bam, he's down. You
You
can
can
roll
go
damage.
crocodile on this
You can
bastard.
roll damage too. Go ahead and roll your unarmed damage. Damage.
Totally going crocodile on this
It'll be his
bastard.
turn next.
That is 6.
Nice. You guys have done a total of 19 points of damage to him.
Sweet.
On his turn, what will he try to do? All he can try to do is...
Shut up, Shabba. I'll go kangaroo on him next. You just watch.
Let me try to break the grapple. I got a 14.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, an 11. Damn it. Why are you doing that?
He'll break it.
Really? Okay, so he shrugs you off, and he stands up out of the water, and it's back to Velma.
When it matters, man. When it matters.
He's an armor class of 21. I'm impressed you've gotten him at all.
I'm hitting him with my book.
Roll it.
Ooh. No.
Oh,
Damn.
Velma swings, overextends herself. She loses grip of the book. The book flies off and lands in the water, and she falls on her ass in the water, which makes it Shaggy's turn.
Shaggy runs, slops through the water, and he thinks in his mind, well, I didn't plan to wear a dress again. He takes off the dress, the muddied mess of his friend, and he tries to make a disguise check.
Okay, go for it. You guys are all dirty and messy enough. I mean, you never know what might work.
9.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll roll a sense motive check to see. That's a 9, you said, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. After you, it's
He turns to Velma real quick and he goes, "You guys stay here." And he tries to start walking over toward the beast,
Okay.
offering himself.
Yoo-hoo! Fred.
Alright, so
Ow. Quit biting.
Fred just like emerges from the water, putting his hands on the shore and just like pulls himself up. The water just like dripping all off him, and he's just like soggy from head to toe, and he looks around him and he so the creature is free. It's on the shore.
Free on the shore. Shaggy is wearing a dress and walking towards it. Velma is sitting on her ass in water about halfway up her torso. Daphne is floating in the water about 30 feet away, face down, blood still pouring out of her leg. Scooby-Doo is lying unconscious on the shore, not too far from where Shaggy is at the moment.
Okay. So it's a swamp. Just trying to think of what else I could use. Okay. Save the girl. So yeah, I think these wading boots that we had, how big are they?
They go probably halfway up your thigh.
So I'm going to step out of one of my wading boots and see a piece of net lying conveniently close nearby. I'm going to wrap the net around the boot, and the net is just like it's so torn that it's like now just this really long piece. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it and I'm just going to start swinging it around my head like you would a bowler, and let more and more of this net go so that it extends more and more and more. And then with this thing, I'm just going to like walk up behind the creature. This might be too many actions all at once, but I want the boot to wrap around the creature's neck and then like just go and then the boot to slam him in the head. So that's what I want to try to do.
Okay. Yeah,
however long it takes me to do that, I don't know. But
roll the hit.
Oh yeah, so that is a 22.
That's
although
good.
I'm not proficient, so.
Oh, so it's an 18. Yeah.
So my strength modifier is 2, so it's 19.
Okay. Right. So it starts to wrap around, and the creature shrugs down and twists his head a little bit, and it flips off and goes limp into the water. You could try it again next round if you want. But.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, it was fun while it lasted.
It sounded really cool. It was very nice and dramatic. The monster's turn, and for the first time in a long time, it seems, he's free again. He's got Shaggy in a dress walking towards him. Fred's over there trying to lasso him. Velma's sitting in the water. He's free. He runs over to Shaggy. That's a 26 and a 13. Those are both hits, aren't they? So we're looking at damage again. What was it again? It was D8 plus 6 each. So the first one did 14 points of damage. The second one did 9 points of damage, Shaggy.
Holy.
Are you still up? Do you still have hit points? You're unconscious? It knocks Shaggy out and scoops him up in its arms. Velma.
Shaggy did say, "Make a run for it."
I still have that book, right? Or did I drop it?
No, it went flying off into the water over there somewhere. You're not sure where it is.
Yeah.
You dropped the revolver as well somewhere. You don't remember where that was. It only had one bullet left in it anyway.
Yeah. I think I am going to try to find a branch or something.
Okay, yeah, you can walk around. You're looking around.
Look around for big heavy branch and just crack him in the head with it.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
I ain't going down without a fight.
I totally missed. When you got that last fumble, I should have had your glasses fall off in the water. That would have been perfect. Oh well. What'd you get total for your attack?
15 with 17.
It throws up a forearm, and your branch cracks across its forearm. It blocks.
Yeah.
Then it is Shaggy's unconscious, Scooby's unconscious, Daphne is dead. Fred. Fred still, what is that psychosomatic disorder pulling at you as well?
Yeah.
Fred's over there like crying.
He's like doubling over, and he starts to just shake. Like his hands like start to just like tweak, and he looks at this horrible battle, and is the creature holding anyone right now?
Yeah, it's holding Shaggy.
It's holding Shaggy.
The most important dress he ever wore in his life. The dress to save his friends.
So, oh my god.
Do you want to hold
Can I
your action and
see
see what happens?
Revolver?
You're pretty sure you know roundabout where Velma dropped it. You know where she was standing at the time when she shot Daphne, and you haven't seen it since then.
Poor Daphne.
You can't see it because it's underwater, but you think you know where it is.
Oh, it's underwater?
Yeah, it's underwater.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna trust in that.
You can hold your action if you want.
Want and see what the creature does.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm... Do I have to hold my whole action, or can I hold like a part? Like, can I move and then say what, like whatever my action is, I hold it till it goes?
Yeah.
Or...
I think you can.
Okay.
Sure.
So I want to move up to beside Velma, right?
Okay.
And just then wait to see what happens, because I want to protect her and get her out of here.
Okay.
If no one else.
Monster's turn. The monster turns and runs its full speed away from you, which would be about 140 feet. And then it, again, dimensional shifts out of sight. And you lose sight of it. And so you're there holding Velma. Scooby-Doo will wake up in about 20 seconds. Actually less. Sorry, Scooby-Doo will wake up in about 10 seconds. Daphne's still floating in the water about 30 feet away from your current position. Although the blood flow is slowing. She's just about drained. And that's, I think, where we're going to leave it. The depressing end. The depressing end of Scooby-Doo versus Cthulhu down in the Bayou.
Yeah.
Find out next time. Oh god. This is...
While horrible interdimensional interbreeding is imposed on Shaggy's frame, and the non-Euclidean geometry enters his mind, he remembers his old faithful friends.
Well, fortunately for him, he was knocked unconscious, so maybe he won't.
I'd like to think he was reliving memories unconsciously in his mind.
So, one more time, I'll go around the table if anybody wants to say goodbye, plug any channels, say whatever you like. I'll start with you, Morgan.
Rest in peace, Daphne. Sorry I shot you in the ass.
Matt?
So I've been Matt. I have a YouTube channel, Zephyr's Gambit, which we do. I haven't run Call of Cthulhu, but mostly D&D. And I'm doing some Savage Race stuff and other things. But I guess as a closing scene, Fred will. It's that moment in the movie where the stalwart warrior hero kneels beside his friend, his arm around her shoulder, consoling her after killing killing his beloved. And yeah, the fade out is just him reaching out his arm to and bowing their heads in solemn remembrance.
Nice. Linda?
It was fun. I had fun. And I won't hold it against Velma or Morgan that you killed me. I like to think you saved it from a fate worse than death.
Probably so. Probably so.
I definitely hope so.
Yeah.
Poor Shaggy. As Shaggy's suffering that fate worse than death, I would like to think he's reliving memories of eating food with his buddy, staring off at his crush Velma, and remembering his fine times with Fred and Daphne, who were always nice enough and fed him food. especially when his parents' money were involved. And I am Pepe. I have a channel called Fondrodden. You'll find all kinds of niche gaming. And if you enjoy death, carnage, and intricate intrigue plots, I'm doing a 5e campaign called The Fall of House Ownwald, which Matt is, unfortunately for him, is in. And that'll start tomorrow. So.
Awesome. Definitely check that out. And Andrew.
Yeah. So Scooby-Doo has woken up at this point, correct?
Yeah, Scooby-Doo is just coming to.
And where would I see Shaggy?
You don't see Shaggy.
Don't see Shaggy.
Oh, he would. Who all do I see right now?
Well, you see Daphne floating face down in swamp water, surrounded.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And you see Velma is sitting like halfway in water, like halfway up her torso, with her head bowed and crying, and Fred beside her with his arm on her shoulder, and he's looking away from her and also looks like he's crying.
I would go up next to them and just say, Ruby Gray, guys.
Always the optimist.
And I am Andrew. Thank you, DM. It was a great time. I'd love to add you all guys on Facebook too if you guys want. I run a chat group and we do one-shots of D&D and such all the time. So yeah, it was fun. It's great.
Cool. Thanks to everybody who's been watching. Actually set records for me. I've never had this many viewers in a game session before, so thanks to everybody who did watch it and anybody who will watch it in future. I'm Ian from Fantastic Dimensions. I look forward to gaming with all of you again soon, I hope someday. This has been a lot of fun. Definitely one for the record books.
Like soy.